Paris Faulkner is the host of the Faulkner Focus show on Fox News and a co-anchor of Outnumbered.
We've got a great audience here in Georgia. They have 6% of the electorate in the state of Georgia is undecided. Now, that's a lot of people considering the last time around, this state was decided by about 12,000 votes. So that's way outside that number. So you could have some of the deciders in the audience. They would know it, but if they're undecided, you bet they're part of a really, really important percentage here in Georgia. So for battleground states, it's a good place to be just to kind of take everybody's temperature. Every battleground state we have seen historically, they start to merge toward the end of the election cycle. So they may not vote exactly the same, but the percentages really start to shrink. And that's exactly what we're seeing. This is a super, super tight race. So women are the largest active registered voters, the largest number of them in our nation. So we have big numbers and we have a lot of power as voters. And so both these candidates are going to try to target, the issues that are important to women. But, sure. Jessica, all issues are important to women. So they can't just angle something and go, okay, that's a lady issue. They got to get the economy right. I mean, these candidates have to be able to show that they can make a difference. More than 70% of the country thinks that we're going in the wrong direction, no matter how they vote. So the job for former President Trump, which he has done before because he's been president before, is to get his arms around the economy and to tell this audience of women tonight, many of whom run their households, as I do as a married mom, love my hubby. But in most things, I'm in charge when it comes to the pocketbook. And so, I want to know, how are we going to get those food prices down? And I don't want we've heard some gimmicks here recently, particularly from the left side of the political aisle on their presidential tickets. I don't need gimmicks and promises and stuff. I need for you to tell me, how are you going to attack the bottom line? Inflation has come down. Prices are still super, super high. Does anybody have a recipe here? And so that'll be one of the first issues that we hit. We're going to hit abortion. We're going to hit childcare. We're also going to hit Social Security because that's a large voting block as well.
Yeah.
And 70.7%, I have a lot of numbers, a lot of info, more than 70% of people 65 and older in the last couple of elections have showed up to vote. That means almost everybody who's over the age of 65 is voting. Wow. That's a big number. That is a big number. So Paris, what do they need?
Let me ask you, the gender gap, if we believe the polls, is real. The former president's obviously doing a sit down with you. On the other side of the aisle, it looks like former President Obama is telling black men to question whether they're just not for her because she's a woman. We see Tim Walz with a shotgun hunting pheasants. I guess we'll find out if they're effective, but what do you make of the different optics here in addressing the gender gap?
I'll tell you, Jessica, what I don't like about that whole thing. So if for some reason the left loses, are they going to blame black people? Because I tell you what, you cannot call our name and tell us you need us, James Clyburn in South Carolina, that the congressman who comes and can carry the black vote every year in that state and get everybody started in primaries. You can't do that for the left and then blame people of color when it doesn't work out for you. So it is an odd spot to put black men in particular. And by the way, the money is green. That's their issue. Their issue is green. It's not black. It's not brown. And when you talk to black men, they will tell you, we like Trump's economy best. It delivered the lowest unemployment in 50 years for black people, particularly for black men. It's in the numbers. And so what I think about it is it's lazy politics. It's lazy identity politics. And maybe it can work for them. I mean, I don't know a lot of men who'll fall for the gimmicks of what they're putting down out there on this new platform, which looks just like Biden's old platform for reaching out to black men. But we'll see. We'll see what people really go for. But the voters that I'm talking with are telling me, yeah, we know the difference between a good economy and a bad economy. We had 3 years of Trump before the pandemic. We've had 3.5 years of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. We can do the math.
Listen, the Fox News Power Rankings came out this week. The big takeaway is this, and I'm reading directly here. Harris has a 6-vote edge that includes Nebraska's 2nd district. That is important since a victory there, combined with the Rust Belt battlegrounds, would give her an outright win. But with so many coin flip states, this race looks like an electoral college dogfight. The presidential election moves from Harris lead to toss-up. How do you pay attention to every nook and cranny of the race. How do you think that happened, that she lost this momentum?
Well, part of it is she wasn't ready. The suit was sold, but it didn't have anybody in it yet. And so what you've seen is somebody who probably needed about a year of catch up to learn how to do all of that. Remember, she didn't get one electoral vote. She didn't get one delegate, when she was running in the primary. She's run for president before. It didn't go well. So, I mean, this is not her first rodeo, but she's been a vice president who wasn't successful. And so she would have needed to take some time out of that job to get on the trail to really get ready for this. She didn't have a whole lot of time. So they spent time puffing her up and rather studying up Buttercup. I always tell my kids, study up Buttercup in case somebody asks you an important question. She wasn't doing that. She was doing the feels and the joy and all of that. And I like to feel good and be joyful too. But whether you feel that way or not, most people have to get up and go to work and pay their bills. And so if you can help them with that part, you might make them happy. So I think that's a lot of it. I think people have looked and they've said, yeah, we've gone to the website. We still don't see the policy now. They're trying to make up the difference. She went on a media blitz, but she did Howard Stern and the like. She's going to do Brett Baer. That'll be really the first test to see, can she stand on her feet? But you've got 20 days left. You'd have to do 20 days of hard interviews, top to bottom, 8 to 8, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to make up for the time lost. That's why it's squeaky tight. Now, what does the other candidate have to do? Donald Trump's going to have to show some discipline. And he better start today. Because those women are not going to be easy on him. And showing discipline means you listen to the question and you answer the question that's asked and you don't go in any other direction. You talk plain to us. Look at us in the eye.
Harris, for those who watch your show, and I do almost every day,
thank you.
We are very familiar with your voter panels. And
yes, voter voices.
You, among all of our talent at Fox News, has maybe a unique insight into undecided voters because you actually talk to them. When it comes to former President Trump and Vice President Harris, what is your sense, briefly I know, of what these folks want to hear, this ever-dwindling number of undecided voters? What do they need to hear, want to hear from both of these people as we enter into this, 20 days left?
Are you going to deport criminals who are here that you haven't vetted? Some 425,000 of them, 13,000 convicted murderers in their own countries. When will that start? Are you going to attack the prices in a different way than just lowering, interest rates? Because that didn't immediately get anybody to buy a house because they don't have money for that. The food is still so high. What are you going to immediately do? Not some, well, down the road, you'll start to feel. We've had 3.5 years of that. And the number one question for Kamala Harris is, how are you different from Joe Biden? Because 72% of people are not happy with where the country's going. What will you do? How are you different? And she's been saying she's the same. Now she says she's different, but she hasn't said how. I would ask Trump the same question. How will you immediately change what's going on? Because it's got some momentum behind it now. We are stuck. That's what people want to know.
Very good.
It's got to make sense, and it's got to be realistic. It can't be pie in the sky.
Harris Faulkner, host, anchor of the Faulkner Focus on Fox News. Thank you for joining us, and good luck.
Thank you, Jessica. Take care.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This truck season, think about all the things you can do in a Chevy truck. You'll be able to, or you can even just, with impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and multiple powertrains, Chevy trucks have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it. And you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown. Good morning. It's Wednesday, October 16th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Former President Trump takes part in a Fox News town hall in Georgia focused on women's issues. A preview from Fox's Jeff Manasso.
Former President Donald Trump sits down with Fox News Channel's Harris Faulkner and takes questions from an audience in Cumming, Georgia, composed entirely of women and focusing on issues impacting them ahead of the upcoming election. The town hall airing on the Faulkner Focus on Fox at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. The discussion is set to cover the economy, abortion, immigration, and health care. That as Vice President Kamala Harris also sits down for her first formal Fox News interview with Chief Political Anchor Bret Baier that airs on Special Report on Fox at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And with more on the Fox News interview with Vice President Kamala Harris, here's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal.
Fox News Special Report anchor Bret Baier said he was taping the interview today in Pennsylvania following the vice president's rally. He said there are no stipulations on the questions he can ask. Fox anchor Neil Cavuto asked Vice President Harris's senior campaign advisor Ian Sams on Monday if she'd be doing the interview had polling not recently tightened.
Well, yeah, Neil, we enjoy coming on your air, and the vice president's looking forward to her interview with Bret.
He says she hopes to mention her proposal that in-home care for seniors be covered under Medicare.
These are the kind of ideas that she's talking about and looking forward to talking and answering, tough questions on Fox News about.
In a press release earlier this year, Fox noted that according to Nielsen MRI Fusion, more independent voters watch Fox over any other cable news network. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And President Biden delivers a eulogy at a memorial service for Ethel Kennedy today at the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle in Washington. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Want to grow your savings even when interest rates drop? Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 4% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer and our other savings options with amazing rates like our 18 and 24-month certificates to lock in higher earnings. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, Philly. Ike Reese here. Great news. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 4-year price guarantee. Save $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 months of free Fios home home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today.
Gift card offer ends 11/6/24. Requires FiOS service for 65 days before gift card registration. Gift card may be charged back if service is canceled within 180 days. One offer per eligible account. 3-month free based on FiOS 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 a month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. 4-year guarantee applies to new subscribers. Current rates under select internet plans and excludes other charges and third-party services. Other terms apply. See store for details.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
A down day on Wall Street Tuesday. The Dow fell 325, the S&P 500 slipped 45, and the Nasdaq was off 187, all due to a downturn in chip-related stocks. In fact, AI leader NVIDIA down 4.7% after setting a record high on Monday. Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, PNC Financial, Johnson & Johnson, and Charles Schwab all reported better than expected earnings, as did United Airlines for its third quarter. Walgreens stock surged for its best day since 2008 after it beat quarterly earnings estimates following the announcement as well that the company will close 1,200 stores. Albertsons quarter was better than expected. The grocery store giant's earnings were lower, but did top forecasts, and revenue was also higher than a year ago. Today we get earnings reports from, among others, U.S. Bancorp and Morgan Stanley. And that's a look at your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Let's get back to the Fox News Power Rankings. They show an even closer race for the White House.
Michigan and its electoral votes have now moved to the toss-up category, joining Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin.
Michigan had been forecast to go to Vice President Harris. So as Fox's Alexandria Hoff also details, Harris and former President Trump are almost neck and neck now in the projections.
Harris will achieve 226 electoral votes, Trump 219. There are 93 up for grabs, lots of room for either candidate to reach that magic 270.
But what if neither gets that magic number? There are real scenarios that Harris and Trump could tie. Here's the most plausible one. Of the toss-up states, if Michigan, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania go Republican red, and Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Wisconsin end up Democrat blue, Trump is at 269, Harris is at 269, then what?
Here's the background, that the Constitution, if you look at the 12th Amendment, it is up to the House of Representatives to decide the president.
Chad Pergram is Fox News senior congressional correspondent.
We have only had the House pick the president in what's called a contingent election twice. 1801 for Thomas Jefferson, and then you had 1825 for John Quincy Adams. There was a special election, a contingent election in the Senate for the vice president. That was in the 1830s, Martin Van Buren's vice president. But again, the Senate process is a little bit different, and I'll warn you now, if you're going to have a contingent election in the House for the president, you're going to have a contingent election in the Senate for vice president.
Yeah, we'll break that all down. When we deal with the House, this is not the way people think. When the House generally votes on a bill, there's 435 members and you get a majority. It's different if you have a contingent election, in this case, like we could have in 2025. How does it work?
Here's what happens. If you go through that certification of the Electoral College, which we saw on January 6th and 7th, last time it was Mike Pence, this time it will be Vice President Harris who presides as the president of the Senate. She will still be in that role regardless. So she will preside over either her victory or loss, or, as you say, something undetermined here. And there will be something in the language that would say that, we counted and gone through all the electoral votes and it's not clear who the winner is. And what that should do, and again, because we've not done this in 200 years to the year, frankly, what we think would happen is almost automatically is you would start to have a contingent election. So the House of Representatives votes, but they vote by state delegation.
So there's 50 votes, right?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
And they count, and so it's whichever
they count
party?
The same. Yeah, California is weighted the same as North Dakota. North Dakota has 1 seat. California has more than 50, but guess what? North Dakota counts just as much. So this is where, and I wrote a blog about this, some weeks ago. It's on our website. I went through and did a numbers crunch as to the state delegations. And so right now we are at, and this is in the current Congress, and I can kind of predict how it might go in the new Congress.
Okay, because it'll be the new Congress sworn in before this happens.
January 3rd, that's right.
Right, this is not the current Congress, the new one.
And I will even give you a scenario where Democrats might win control of the House and lose numbers of state delegations, yet Republicans would have an advantage in this rarefied, contingent election that they would have in the House of Representatives.
Okay, let's back up for 1 second for people who are trying to catch up with all this. In that scenario, you could have House Speaker Jeffries, a Democrat, right? And Democrats controlling the House. Yet, as you said, Republicans could have more states where they control the delegations. Therefore, Donald Trump would have the advantage to win the election.
Conceivably. So right now, Republicans control 26 state delegations. Democrats control 22. There are 2 that are tied. Okay? North Carolina is one of the tied ones right now. It's 7-7. Because of redistricting, we believe that it could go to 10-4 Republicans, if not 11-3. Now, let me take you down the deep, dark rabbit hole here. Let's say that Vice President Harris wins North Carolina, and there is no dispute about that, because you have a conceivably 10-4 or 11-3 Republican delegation in the House of Representatives representing the Tar Heel state. Do you think that they are going to just respond to the wishes of the good people of North Carolina and say, well, she won the state and we're going to vote for, are they going to vote for Trump, those House members on the House floor? They're not bound to that at all. Georgia, there's really only 1 House seat in play there. That's 9-5 right now in favor of the Republicans. What if the same thing happens there? Now, let me take you deeper and darker down this rabbit hole. So right now, Virginia is 7-6 Democrats. There are 2 to 3 House seats that are competitive there. So you see where maybe Virginia could suddenly go into the Republican camp. Michigan right now is also 7-6 in favor of the Democrats. The seat right now held by Democratic Representative Alyssa Slotkin is in play. She is running for the Senate.
Okay, so your scenario, Republicans could have 9 maybe?
What I'm telling you in the shorthand here is even if it's a good Democratic night for Democrats in the House, you might still have an increase in Republican delegations, and therefore they presumably would vote for Donald Trump for president and elect him, because there's a lot more Republican state delegations in the House. It is one vote per state in a contingent election.
And again, not tied to how that state went in the Electoral College. Okay.
Exactly.
Now, there's another issue here. The vice president. Now, we consider them running mates. Tim Walz, of course, for Vice President Harris, J.D. Vance for former President Trump. That would be decided by the Senate, but it's not by state. Every senator votes.
That's right. And right now, I did a bit of a numbers crunch just for fun, looking at the delegation there, but it's done differently, as you say. And, let me take you back to the election of 1800. There's a song in the Broadway musical Hamilton called The Election of 1800, by the way. I tell you, if there's one election I wish I could have covered, Dave, it probably would have been that one.
1876 was pretty amazing, too, but yeah.
Yeah, that's in there, too. But I think the election of 1800 might edge it out, because this was the first time we ever did the contingent election business.
Quick history lesson. That 1800 election went to the House after Thomas Jefferson and his running mate Aaron Burr ended up tied. Now, in those days, an electoral vote for president and vice president counted the same, something a constitutional amendment later changed. So Aaron Burr and Jefferson both tried to win. Ultimately, lawmakers chose Jefferson as president, thanks to a lot of influence from Alexander Hamilton, a bitter rival of Aaron Burr, who infamously shot and killed Hamilton in a duel 3 years later. Now, the House also decided the 1824 election. Andrew Jackson got the most electoral votes out of the four candidates, but not the majority needed to win. And lawmakers controversially elected John Quincy Adams. Now, imagine 200 years later, the controversy if it happened again like that in this modern era of communications and social media.
In some respects, I'm more worried about president versus vice president, because, you kind of have to have that. And that's where, if they can't settle this after a period of time and you get to Inauguration Day on the 20th, suddenly you don't have a president because Biden's term has ended. You don't have a vice president because Harris's term has ended. Well, who is next in line of succession? Well, the Speaker of the House. Okay, I've taken you down the deep, dark rabbit hole. I've taken you down the deep, darker rabbit hole. Now I'm going to take you down the deepest, darkest Halloween hellscape that you can imagine. Let's say that Republicans win the House of Representatives. Dave, how many days did it take them to elect a speaker last time, starting in January?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that
5.
took a while. Okay, yep.
How many days did it take them to elect a speaker in October after they bounced Kevin McCarthy? 22.
And they had several different candidates that didn't make it.
They have spent 27 days, this Congress, trying to elect a Speaker of the House. So let's look at the calendar. I say it's about the math. This one's about the calendar. Let's say you can't elect a Speaker expeditiously starting at noon on January 3rd, when the Congress is supposed to begin. You absolutely, unequivocally cannot do anything in the House of Representatives until you get a speaker, because then the speaker swears in the membership.
Okay, so if there's no speaker, you can't have a contingent election.
Conceivably. And that's where I say this might be the worst possible political hellscape that we have ever seen.
It is unbelievable. And there's also, we didn't get into this, but let's say Donald Trump is elected by a majority of states in that scenario. What if the Senate is 51-49 Democrats? Could they elect Tim Walz as vice president?
Very possible. Absolutely.
So you could have Trump Walz?
Why not? Absolutely. You see, this is where I'm talking about with Jefferson and Aaron Burr. No wonder he shot somebody. I'm serious. This is insane stuff. And I don't want to sound alarmist, but you could have a very close election in the House of Representatives. In other words, it might take us days to sort that out. And you might also have days where you are trying to, or multiple races that it takes days to figure out, who won which seat. And so if you don't know which party is in control, this is where I'm saying January 3rd, because you don't know, let's say, the margin's about 5 either way, and you have about 5 or 6 seats that are outstanding. Well, the Constitution says the House, and the Senate for that matter, but the House is up to seating, determine who it decides to seat in its body. They have the final say. What do they do? I talked about Hellscape 1. This is Hellscape 2. I'm serious. There's some real problems here.
So
potentially.
I know we're going down all kinds of rabbit holes, but the main premise here of a tie or a faithless elector or two making it so that one of the candidates doesn't get the 270, that is not a wild and crazy scenario. We could, if that all happens, this could make 2024 the craziest election we've ever had.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, it is so close. You know, they say what is past is prologue. And as somebody who covers this stuff closely, I've never seen so many possible doomsday scenarios. You know, we often, my wife calls me Dr. Doom to start with. and so we have a lot of these from time to time, but not as many as this. And we put this on the heels of what happened in 2020, in addition to challenging the electoral results, Stop the Steal, culminating in the riot. Efforts by some still. There's some who are still saying, it wasn't right. They shouldn't have certified and so on and so forth. J.D. Vance, on some of the Sunday programs this weekend, refusing still to say that the President Biden had won and Donald Trump had lost. We haven't really moved on from that. In fact, in some respects, it may have gotten worse. And that's where I really seriously look at some of these scenarios.
So this puts that and the 2000 election to the Supreme Court on steroids if this ends up in the House in January of 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be, quite a time, which is why I am going to get out of Dodge, go on vacation, which most people would not do, but I am, because I think that my services will be better served from November through the middle of January than in late October.
Chad Pergam, Fox News senior congressional correspondent. Who knows what we have coming up in the coming months. Election day, less than 3 weeks away. Great to talk to you. Thanks for being here.
Likewise. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Do you have a special needs child or an older adult in your home? The risk of them leaving the house unnoticed is real and terrifying. But you can protect your loved ones with Vivint Home Security.
Alarm on.
Our child has autism. He doesn't usually elope, but one day he did, and it was the most terrifying moment of our lives.
If I didn't have a home security system, I would have realized way too late he's gone.
Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Smart locks, lights, cameras, and more makes Vivint Home Security the smartest way to protect your family and prevent a tragedy. Vivint is the #1 smart home service provider in the U.S. Protection is just a phone call away. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
Hi, this is Howard Eskin to talk about Jack Daniels, tailgating, and the birds. It doesn't get any better, so stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store and get game day ready with the original Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey, along with Jack Daniels Fire, Honey, and Apple, or grab a case of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar, now ready to drink in a can. Also available at select grocers. Jack Daniels, born for the tailgate, and please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV, Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and all the % are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. No need to be haunted by your old car any longer. It's time to buy, trade, or upgrade during the Ghost Your Ride sales event this month at Colonial. Every 2024 Hyundai on our lot needs to disappear like a ghost in the night to make room for the now arriving 2025 models. Here at Colonial, we've got scary good deals on brand new Elantras, Konas, Tucsons, and Santa Fe's. Over 200 to choose from. Plus, you can buy with 0% financing for 60 months. Colonial Hyundai has been recognized for awarding the top trade-in values in the region. Driving a hoopty that's creeping you out? Colonial Hyundai will give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Stay away from the goals and ghost your ride with a deal on a new car that won't come back to haunt you. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers cannot be combined. See store for full details. 0% on new 2024 Ioniq 5 on credit approval from HMF USA. Offer ends 10/31/2024.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace the windows in your home, now's the time.
Right now at Window Nation, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, you could save big with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Israel striking southern Beirut overnight for the first time in nearly a week. This as Israel contemplates a letter from U.S. officials about a drop in humanitarian aid flowing into Gaza.
It has fallen by over 50% from where it was at its peak.
State Department spokesman Matt Miller describing why Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin wrote a letter to Israeli counterparts setting a 30-day deadline to increase the flow of assistance. A similar letter was sent to Israeli officials in April that led to more aid getting to Gaza. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Presidential candidates stumping in battleground states yesterday. Former President Trump takes part in a Fox News town hall talking women's issues, 11 a.m. Eastern, with the Faulkner focus. And tonight, Fox's Bret Baier interviews Vice President Kamala Harris. The interview airs at 6 p.m. Eastern. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Jets are making moves to try and salvage their season. 1 week after parting ways with head coach Robert Saleh, the Jets went out and got Aaron Rodgers some help. The Jets finalized a trade with the Raiders on Tuesday, sending a 2025 conditional third-round draft pick to Las Vegas for 6-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Davante Adams. Adams is now reunited with Rodgers, with the two spending 8 highly productive seasons together in Green Bay before Adams was traded to Las Vegas. The Jets lost their third straight game on Monday night, falling to the Bills in Week 6 and dropping to 2-4 on the year. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Lifelong power. That is the SEC and the Big Ten. They got together in Nashville this week. For all of the talk about, college sports tomorrow, we went through their plan. The group that's collectively together trying to come up with a structure that will help push forward efforts to oversee the future of college football. Their transition plan, on paper, there are some aspects of it that I like. But again, you want to listen to those that are actually going to make things happen. And more or less, that's what we heard from Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, the meetings that took place with all the ADs in Nashville. To me, what we saw in the presser whenever they spoke to the media, they are more or less telling everyone, if you didn't already know, we are Augusta National Golf Club, meaning we make the rule. You don't ask your way in. There's no amount of money that you can put forward and say, I'm going to join your exclusive club. Don't call us. We'll call you.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Football is in full swing. While the players are making moves on the field, you can make the ultimate move with a beautiful engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers. The holidays will be here sooner than you think, so stop into Cozy Jewelers and huddle up with Paul Cozy and pick out a custom engagement ring that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square or cozyjewelers.com.
If you're looking to furnish your home or replace your old furniture, your journey begins and ends at Bucks County Estate Traders. One piece of advice, make sure you have time when you come here. The 58,000 square foot showroom is a furniture wonderland. Quality high-end pieces with inventory changing daily. It's all here. Mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. They'll ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or with unfiled tax returns. Write this number down, 800-373-0322. The IRS has ended COVID forgiveness and they are cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to hear about our tax debt reduction programs. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, we still can help you. You may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a mere fraction of what you owe or for other resolution programs. Tax Relief Helpers has tax agents available now for a free consultation. TRH has already helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning them an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. If you or your business owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands to the IRS, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Call our relief hotline now to see what savings you may qualify for at 800-373-0322. 800-373-0322. Once again, that's 800-373-0322.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtua Health.
Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I thank them for keeping me alive.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
And Virtua is one of the best centers in the country for minimally invasive orthopedic surgery.
I had the hip replacement of the future. I'm back, baby.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Do you know a veteran in need? After leaving the military, many veterans struggle to find their way home. Because to a veteran, home isn't just a place, it's an idea, a feeling. Nation's Finest understands the challenges veterans face. Through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, we help veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada. For more than 50 years, we've helped thousands of veterans in these communities build happy, healthy, and purposeful lives. And our team is committed to supporting those who've served and their families for another 50. To get help, visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Gerhardt's Appliances has what you need to be tailgate ready this season for the birds. Whether it's the in-home appliances needed to prepare your famous Kelly green pepper casserole before pregame, or the barbecue grills you'll need to fire up the last of your sausage links in the parking lot before kickoff, Gerhardt's has you covered with the best game day deals on appliances. Gerhardt's Appliances, helping Philly sports fans get the season cooking since 1945. Visit Gerhardt'sAppliance.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, October 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, James Kelly, our associate producers, on a Hump Day Wednesday, in which Tony Bruno will join us live from Florida at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you, Gregory.
I think I would like to start every show with this.
Turn the radio on.
Oh, no.
1210 is waiting for you. With Nick and Dawn and Greg, Kevin Company, too. You know they have the big take.
Have a big what?
Big take.
No,
They have the big 3 at 9 and Coaching Part 2. Know that this day in music, just can't refuse it, you see. Hey!
Phil!
Kevin Company too.
Oh, wow.
Newman.
That's amazing.
Newman Price.
Thank you, Newman Price.
It's up to you. You handle the imaging if you want to get rid of this music bumper that I kind of get jacked up to and replace it with Newman. It's your call, boss.
Man.
I'm just here to spit takes.
What a way to start the morning. Thank you, Newman Price.
Yes. What a day it will be, in which we will have a big take on the information war in America. Also, are we getting ready for an October surprise? History would show that we're not out of the woods just yet. And if you look at the calendar, we're just about halfway through the month of October. Also, early voting is underway in North Carolina and Georgia. What you need to track and what you need to know in all of these battleground states that matter, because, as I have said, for Donald Trump to win, the path of least resistance is right here in Pennsylvania, along with North Carolina and Georgia. We'll track that this morning and give you some of the details. And also, the media and the elites against you and me and I and we and us, the people. We'll get to that this morning. Tony Bruno, the cut sheet voicemails. And oh, by the way, our Florida Hurricane scumbag dog owner has been identified.
Amen.
And I say we give him the electric chair.
We take him out into the town square and hang him.
Yes.
Torture him.
Firing squad.
I like it.
Yes, yes. After they watch The View on loop for 24 hours with their eyelids taped to their forehead.
Please, no.
Lower him in a vat with electric eels.
Yes. Are they ill-tempered?
I don't know.
All right. We got a lot of good things to get to, so we're looking forward to today. And again, Tony Bruno at 8:30.
By the way, very sexist of us to assume it's a man that did it.
That's true.
You know,
that's true.
Broads can be evil too, right?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. A lot of diabolical women out there. You ever watch Investigative Discovery?
Yeah.
These chicks that kill their husband and drop their bones into a vault of acid and dissolve all the evidence.
Better remember that.
Not that my wife has memorized that routine yet, but she's working on it. She's working on it. All right, let's get to the news. Around number one at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. Yes, this Wednesday morning, October 16th, we are sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. Chilly this morning. We're just in the 40s, and maybe in outlying areas, you're in the 30s. So again, cover your vegetation, your tender vegetation. These cool nights feels like November. I'll tell you when snow may be in the forecast.
Don't start. Snow?
That's a tease.
Oh, jeez.
It's a tease.
I don't even want frost.
So we do have an update from Philadelphia police. The search is on for that hit-and-run driver we've talked about, accused of hitting 3 nurses as well as a shooting victim outside of Philadelphia Hospital. Happened over last weekend in the city's University City section. So we have new information from police as they have been able to identify the most wanted man they are looking for right now, 20-year-old Jadir Goodwin. He is wanted on aggravated assault charges and a whole list of other alleged offenses that he's accused of. Investigators say the driver of that Jeep Cherokee dropped off a shooting victim. That's when all of this started outside Penn Presbyterian Medical Center's emergency department. So according to police, this guy jumps out of the Jeep and runs in, pleads with doctors and nurses to help his bleeding friend, a 28-year-old shooting victim. But when he and others came out, they realized that they were calling authorities, calling the police. And that's when the tune changed here. They said that, in fact, the guys jump back into that silver Jeep, but run over those 3 nurses who are attending to the shooting victim, run over them as well as the shooting victim. So a bizarre situation. But as far as these nurses, one young man hospitalized in critical condition, 2 others receiving treatment for their injuries. They're in stable condition, but this one nurse in critical condition still this morning.
So the nurse, I mean, where was this happening at that the nurse got struck and run over by a Jeep in like the driveway of the hospital?
Well, because the guy, pulls up, runs in, and says, "Can you come out and assist me to help this shooting victim and get him into the emergency department?" So the medical professionals run out of the safety of the emergency department to help the guy. But then something transpired where they realized they had called authorities or called police, and when they got a whiff of that, the tune changed. And now,
so they take off, run the nurse over, and
all 3 nurses and the 28-year-old shooting victim. It's crazy.
I heard a press conference with Sherelle Parker, the mayor here, and she went on and on about the lawlessness of Philadelphia and the gun violence and everything. It's like, what are you doing about it, sweetheart?
Yeah, that was my rant about a month ago. Like, I'm done hearing about your lip service.
I understand. We have a major problem in this city. We do. But what are we doing to address it? How long has she been in office for?
9 months.
It's not going to take, it's not going to be cured or fixed overnight. But what steps are we taking to even address it?
Yeah, where's the Philadelphia Inquirer and all these local media people? Are they grilling her? Do we know about that? Is there any tough questions coming her way? Or are we still in the honeymoon phase?
What do you guys suggest?
I don't know, law and order.
Being tough on crime.
Having a district attorney, a mayor, a chief of police that knows that the elected officials have that person's back and says,
guys,
hey, by all means necessary, go out there.
You can be as tough as you want. You can arrest as many people as you want. Yeah. But when you have a district attorney
who
lets them out, I don't think it's the police.
No.
I don't think it's the mayor.
Well,
their hands are tied on, that's why they tried to get, my God, they went through the state to try to get a special prosecutor to at least deal with things around SEPTA to just avoid Krasner.
Yeah, when's his term up? When's the next district attorney election? Do we know?
It doesn't matter. He's going to be reelected. It doesn't. It's ridiculous to even think that he's. I mean, look, to say that mayors can't make a change is a fallacy, because we've not here in the city, but we've seen it happen. Back when Rudy Giuliani was a sane human being and he was the mayor of New York City, he sure cleaned up that city quick, fast, and in a hurry, didn't he?
Yeah, they went from a hellhole to thriving.
With the broken windows policy or whatever that was. I mean, it can be done.
Mm-hmm.
It can be done. I will say this, and you're right. Sherelle Parker has been in office. She was sworn in, obviously, in January. But I will say this, she inherited a mess.
No
she
doubt.
just got city employees by the thousands to come back in person to work.
True.
That just happened.
Right.
They fought her in court. Yeah. We need to hire more than 1,000 police officers.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say, I agree with you. I think she'd agree with you. But how do you instantly, boom, she's not like a magic genie that can just what is she going to bring in, the National Guard?
Well,
at one point she had talked about doing that. They say that the crime stats show that things are getting better. Obviously, it's not acceptable. But what it shows me is what a hole we were in with the previous administration, which was getting Prosecco out in the burbs and was MIA.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's a lot of bureaucracy. She can only do so much. She's only one piece of the three-piece pie, so to speak. But you know what? That comes with the territory. You're going to get the guff and the flack from guys like Stalker and I. It's like the head coach of a football team. Yeah, the head coach isn't the one playing the game. It's on the quarterback and the players. But you know what? If you're worth what you claim to be, we need to start seeing some progress. That's all I'm saying.
And unhandcuff the police in this city to actually do their job.
Well, yeah. Right. You can hire 1,000 more cops, but you know what? If you keep hamstringing them with all these absurd policies, you can hire 10 million cops. Ain't going to matter.
By the way, the one thing I don't understand about this was this a setup? Was he setting them up to run them over, or
no?
Why did he just?
They hit the panic button because they realized they were on the radar of the authorities, right?
The word is that when they realized that that somebody was calling police, there was some. At this point, when the nurses come out, and I don't know what that communication is or was, but there was word that with this, that somehow they realized that the police were en route or something to that effect. And that's when the tune changed. That was the word we got. I know I believe, was it Frank Venor, Commissioner Bethel? Yeah, Commissioner Bethel was there with Mayor Parker. And it was a pretty long, emotional, passionate news conference where they talked about these individuals or medical professionals who came out of the safety of that emergency department to rescue a shooting victim, and this is what happened.
All I'm saying is that I get it. It's been 9 months. There was a giant mess you had to clean up. I understand all that. But at what point do we even see even the implementation of changes in the city? None. I've seen nothing in 9 months.
Yeah. Although they report that crime is down.
That's what they say. I think part of this, I will say, remember, I'll say this summer when college campuses, especially Ivy League schools, were just blowing up. Yeah. You had Commissioner Bethel under Parker's administration and direction, and they moved in and they cleared that out. Kensington. We were making international headlines with the zombies in Kensington. Is it perfect? No. But, think of all the fronts that this administration has had to deal with. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And so, I will say this. I live in the city of Philadelphia. When I'm coming in through side streets in the wee hours of the morning, I never used to see police. I see them now.
That's a start.
And so, I just For me, as a longtime city resident, I will say my jury is out. I want to give her the credit because she's done more than anybody in so many years.
Are you being light on her
I'm
because she's
keeping
a
hope
female?
alive.
Dawn,
No.
I love you, but you're not from the mean streets of the city. I mean, come on. Like, yes, you live in the city technically, but come on.
No, not technically.
No,
I pay
come
city
on.
taxes.
Okay,
I'm a city resident.
I
You
get
guys
it.
don't.
I get it.
You never have.
I understand.
And I
But
never will.
And
Chestnut
by the
Hill
way-
is not exactly West Philly.
But it's the city. I mean, I live in the city. I pay the taxes.
I don't want to argue with you at 6:14.
Draw a map for him, Dawn.
I know. I'll draw you a map,
Put it on
baby.
his board during the big
all the
take.
time. I'm like, I'm a city resident. Like
I
you're,
am a city
you know,
resident.
Like, you're, okay.
I am, and I've worked in the city for
So do we
a lot of
all.
years.
We all do. All right. So, sorry.
By the way, would it be low? I was told from one of our buddies down the hall that our taxes would be lower if we were still at Bala.
Of course.
Of course.
Because you're not in the city.
Yeah, absolutely.
City wage.
You know, on second thought.
But we wouldn't have this view
Yes, right.
of the parking
Or this
garage.
beautiful building that nobody comes to.
That's not true. Tuesdays people are here.
Other news, 28-year-old man is in the hospital. Let's talk about Popeyes. This is a Popeyes employee who stabbed this guy in what police are calling a case of self-defense. The Popeyes employee is not facing any charges this morning. So apparently the guy was not happy with his food order, and it happened in the wee hours of this morning. So I guess the incident happened just before midnight. Police on the scene for hours. This is the Popeyes up here at 600 block North Broad Street in Philadelphia's Logan section. So there were about 8 employees in the store at the time. The guy comes in, doesn't like his food order, attacks the employee, and the employee stabbed him. Had a
good for the
case of
employee.
self-defense.
Yes. I mean, we've had a lot of these that have popped up in the cut sheet where people have, lost their ever-loving mind inside of a fast food restaurant. No wonder why people do the curbside thing with the app and the drive-through.
Why go in?
Why go in? You might get into a Donnybrook.
How old are you? A Donnybrook?
You like that one?
Jesus, man.
You like that one, huh? Yeah. I might have missed a few shows in the 70s, but I know my Donnybrooks.
Shows. We do have. Speaking of Popeyes, the funny big headline today is how former President Donald J. Trump is visiting a McDonald's in Philadelphia this weekend. Everybody is losing their minds over that. We have so much.
We got to have Sean Farish do an imitation
Oh
of
my
that
gosh.
on Friday morning. How he'll
Popeyes or
handle the
McDonald's?
fries. Well, for fries, it's McDonald's.
Definitely.
Chicken Popeyes.
This is true. We have the debate. I know we'll talk about it locally. 6 ABC hosting it. Senator Bob Casey and his challenger, Republican Dave McCormick, last night. 6 ABC. It was pretty fast moving.
Was it?
Last night. So I know we'll talk about it.
right.
They accuse each other of lying, but this was them sharing the stage for the last time before the election.
Keep track of this. They've debated more than the president or the vice president and the hopeful president.
Well,
have.
that's not true because we're gonna have a debate on Friday, October 25th.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, good call.
Friday, October 25th.
South Jersey FOP Lodge 56. Thank
Sold
you.
out, baby.
Some traffic alerts involved in my next, heads up that Vice President Harris in Bucks County today.
Washington Crossing
Yes.
coming. Oh God, there's gonna be. They said I heard coming in that there's gonna be roving crews that are gonna have parts of 95 shut down. What time? It's like this afternoon, right?
Yep.
Oh God.
Sorry.
You should head out at 10 o'clock like I did.
I hate the fact that this is a swing state. Can we not be a swing state anymore?
Yeah,
Can we
sure.
not be the most important state in the
Yes.
election anymore?
Scott Pressler, for the next 4 years, once this election is over, no matter how it plays out, just keep registering people. We'll make it so red that this will be as red as Florida.
Well, I don't know. I've heard from you and Zioli and other people on this radio station that Pennsylvania is now a blue state. So
Yeah,
it shouldn't matter. We shouldn't have to. The Republicans shouldn't have to fight for it then, right? Since it's a blue state.
I could be wrong.
You guys all said that.
I do.
And you guys are never wrong.
I never said it.
I do believe Pennsylvania.
I said we go both ways.
That's right. Dawn said we're purple.
I'm feisty at 6:18.
I
He
like
is
that.
feisty.
I'm sorry.
You're feisty. Dawn's feisty.
He's like,
I'm just trying to get out of here and avoid getting astray.
I know.
Oh, we have to get to the big take.
We've got to get to live up to our theme song and get to the Nick's big take.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what he says in there.
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, he still doesn't have the audio quality just right.
I was
I'm going to
teasing.
send an engineer to Newman's house.
And just other headlines, Harris, Faulkner, and Trump this morning. We have the Georgia record elections, a ruling on their hand count rules, and Harris and Charlemagne, J.D. Vance in Lafayette Hill in the burbs last night. Oh, my goodness. So much.
Yep.
What?
A lot coming up, I said.
Yes, a lot coming up. So much. I said snow in the forecast because they're predicting a white Christmas. So I'll just answer that tease for you.
I can live with that.
Okay.
I can live with that. December 25th, yes.
Yes.
October 25th, hell no.
Yeah. And so today, another breezy, cool day, clouds and sun, a high of just 57 degrees. That warm up beginning tomorrow, sunny, not quite as cool, high of 62. And then for your Friday, partly sunny, more seasonable, 69 degrees. The weekend looks lovely, mid 70s, and a lot of bright sunshine. Flyers fell to the Oilers 4-3 in overtime. We are sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. Do you have water on your property giving you a big headache? Soggy yards, damp patio or pool area getting swampy? Visit GardenStateEarthworks.com. Your drainage solution, GardenStateEarthworks.com. Call 856-848-4444. Garden State Earthworks, Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:19 on this Wednesday. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center. It is America's information war. Dawn Stensland will say it all the time. We're all getting played. That rings true if you take the time to think about it. And as we are paying attention to wars all over the planet, ranging from Russia and Ukraine to the Middle East, the real war that we should be focusing on is right here in America when it pertains to information. Smartphones have made us stupid. We should be better off as a society with the advancements of technology, but I've said for years that the phone has made us dumber. Social media ripe for disinformation and misinformation. And if we are to believe what Dawn says, then this is precisely what politicians and political parties want. They want us confused, divided, bickering over the trivial things while they consume all the resources and install their agenda. And nothing illustrates America's information war more than social media, traditional media, and the polls. Jonathan Turley wrote a great column on his website titled, "Liberals Are Losing Their Minds Over Elon Musk." He writes the following: "This week, Elton John publicly renounced the Rocket Man. No, not the 1972 song, but Elon Musk, whom he called an a-hole in an award ceremony. Former MSNBC host Keith Olbermann called for Musk to be deported and all federal contracts canceled with his company. This is why I describe Musk as arguably the single most important figure in this generation in defense of free speech. The left will now kill jobs, cancel national security programs, and gut the Constitution in its unrelenting campaign to get Musk," end quote. It's almost like Turley heard my big take from over a week ago, because I second everything he just said in that excerpt from his column. And why is the left doing this? Well, because Elon Musk is a threat, not to free speech or the prevention of it, but to their control over information. This is also why they want AM radio out of new cars. They don't want talk radio to exist anymore, because you get different news, different views, and different facts, all of which counter or question the mainstream media's narrative. The latest Gallup poll from October shows that Americans' trust in the media has fallen to an all-time low. For the third consecutive year, more U.S. adults have no trust at all in the media. In 1972, 70% of Americans trusted the media. In 2024, that number is down to 31%. Walter Cronkite and the CBS and Evening News, they're not walking through that door anytime soon. And then you get to election season and the information that comes from polling. Is this poll accurate? Does that poll have a terrible history of being wrong? Who was polled? How many people were polled? What's their historical bias? Is it a national poll? Is it a battleground poll? What picture is the polling group trying to paint? Well, Trump is failing. It must be a fake poll. Trump is winning. Then it creates the illusion of victory. You instill a sense of complacency and a content nature, and you hope Republicans don't show up on Election Day thinking they have it in the bag. But through all the smoke and mirrors, all of the slanted bias and cutting through the noise, a few things remain consistent. The economy and trends. Trends and the economy. But when we talk about trends, not just a random sample, but rather a steady, consistent shift in dynamics. Athan Kutzer-Rumbus of Real Clear Politics in the New York Post joined us yesterday here on Kayal and Company, and he had these Pennsylvania voting trends and data that illustrates what is brewing here in the ultimate swing state. Listen and watch.
In 2016 in Pennsylvania, there were 59 public polls released. President Trump only led in 2 of them. In 2020, there were 84 public polls released. Trump only led in 5 of them. This cycle so far, there have been 49 public polls released. President Trump has won or tied 37 of them. So for those of you in the audience who feel like there's something different this time, that there's something palpable, you're right. The polling is indicating that something is clearly happening in Pennsylvania that is working in Trump's favor. Now, if we go back in time, so this day in 2016, Secretary Clinton was leading President Trump by 8 points. And if we go back to this day in history, in 2020, President Biden was leading President Trump by 7 points.
Yep.
Now, if you look at today, President Trump is tied with Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania, and they're deadlocked at 48-48 apiece, and it's been like that for about 3 to 4 weeks.
Voter registration trends in Pennsylvania continue to be a good thing with the GOP. The PA voter registration update for October 15th was another positive for Republicans. The GOP gained 22,188 newly registered voters. Democrats picked up 9,428. That equals a net advantage of 12,760 red over blue. And then the polymarket betting odds also reaching an all-time high yesterday for Donald Trump, who as of yesterday morning soared to a 14% margin as bookmakers gave him a 57% chance to win compared to Kamala Harris at 43%. That is the widest margin since she entered the race. It actually went up to 16 points yesterday as of 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And within those odds, the swing state races show Trump with a 68% chance to win Arizona, 64% to win Georgia, 63% to win North Carolina, 55% in Pennsylvania, 54% in Michigan, and a 52% chance in Wisconsin. But if Trump wins Michigan, you can look at the map. Kamala Harris has no path to victory. And then there's the economy, because we were all told it's the economy, stupid, right? In the latest Gallup poll, 90% of U.S. voters view the economy as extremely or very important. I'd actually like to speak to the 10% that don't feel that way, but that's neither here nor there. Trump stepped into hostile territory yesterday as he was part of the Economic Club of Chicago as part of Bloomberg News' annual presentation. Here's the editor-in-chief of Bloomberg and Trump sparring over the economy when it pertains to the use of tariffs and their economic impact. Listen and watch this.
You're also talking about 20% tariffs on the rest of the world. That is going to have a serious effect on the overall economy. And yes, you're going to find some people who will gain from individual tariffs. The overall effect could be massive.
I
in terms of the economy.
I agree it's going to have a massive effect, positive effect. It's going to be a positive, not a negative.
Well,
let me just let me
give me an
I know
example.
how committed you are to this, and it must be hard for you to spend 25 years talking about tariffs as being negative and then have somebody explain to you that you're totally wrong. It'll have a negative. It will have. I'll go a step further.
40
if
million,
you don't
40
do
million,
this,
President
this
Trump,
country
40 million jobs is a lot of jobs to rely on.
They're
trade.
all coming back.
Those are 40
lost.
million jobs. Those are 40 million jobs in America that rely on trade.
Are you ready? John Deere, great company. They announced about a year ago they're going to build big plants outside of the United States, right? They're going to build them in Mexico.
And you threatened them with tariffs and they stopped.
That's right. I said, if John Deere builds those plants and not selling anything into the United States, they just announced yesterday they're probably not going to build the plants, okay? I kept the jobs here.
I wonder if Kamala Harris would like to walk back the comments of Trump having a senior moment in Oaks, PA, or her aides saying that Trump is running a basement campaign. Because if you watch that entire presentation yesterday, Trump stepped into the hornet's nest yet again with Bloomberg. And oh, by the way, the invitation was extended to Kamala Harris. She declined. But there's also a downside to tariffs. But there's also a solution. The answer? Simple. Listen and watch.
Tariffs also have another side. Isn't that something that you have to acknowledge?
No.
You could be plunging America into the biggest trade war since Smoot-Hawley.
But there are no tariffs.
You're going to stop. There are tariffs already at the moment.
There are no tariffs. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States, and you don't have any tariffs.
But people, a lot of places like this.
That guy wouldn't let Trump speak as he's trying to answer a completely different angle to the question, but he had an agenda from Jump Street. But when you hear Trump, it sounds like a man who wants to make America great again, right? Make America affordable again. The latest fear is that Trump will actually be worse for inflation than Kamala Harris. So say certain economic advisors. The answer to that speculation? Well, listen and watch this.
People are betting that your policies are going to drive up debt, they're going to drive up inflation, so they're going to drive up interest rates. Are the investors wrong?
Yeah, I had 4 years no inflation. But
that was when you had much.
I had 4 years. It's better than that. And Biden, who has no idea where the hell he is, okay? Biden went 2 years with no inflation because he inherited from me. And then they started spending money like drunken sailors.
You know, the facts don't lie. You can go back and look at them for yourself. One guy had an economy that was humming. It got derailed by COVID in an election year, and we had government lockdowns. The next administration took 3 years to lift the national health emergency. Remember, that didn't come up for COVID until May of 2023, long after most rational people decided to get back to living their lives. After telling you that your business can only operate at 25% capacity. Then in year 4, still using COVID as an excuse for 9.1% in inflation. And yesterday, we talked about the great replacement theory on this show. How it's not just a theory, it's fact. It's not racist, it's happening. And we discussed as a show the economic agenda behind it. Trump talked about immigration and cheap labor. Listen and watch this final clip.
The big subject that you bring up repeatedly, immigration.
Yeah.
I know it's a very emotive issue for you. But just from the point of view of business people here, you look at the full effect of taking a lot of people out of the workforce, removing a lot of people. The Congressional Budget Office is banking on the fact that there'll be $9 trillion added to the GDP of America over the next 10 years by immigrants. You want to stop that process. For all the people who run businesses in the audience, I'm just focusing on the economic thing. Are you prepared to say, look, it's fine to have a slightly smaller economy in exchange for having the immigration controls you want?
Simple answer. I want a lot of people to come into our country, but I want them to come in legally. I don't want to have...
How about that? Legal immigration, following the protocols. What a radical concept. Actually, it's a novel concept. It's common sense, and it makes total sense. Don't enter a space you don't belong in, right? Simple, period. And to tie it all together, with polling indicators and the economy and information, let me give you a stat that you might not like, all right? Because that's what I do. And it's been accurate 83% of the time over the last 100 years. It's courtesy of NASDAQ.com. How the S&P 500 does in August, September, and October, the 90-day period before the election, typically shows us whether the incumbent wins. Since 1928, the incumbent, now granted, technically Kamala not the incumbent, but she is the number 2. The incumbent has won 12 of 15 elections where the S&P was positive during the 3 months leading up to the election. The 3 exceptions, 1968, 1980, and 2020. The bad news, if you're on the Trump train, August, the benchmark index finished up 3.7%. In September, it was a 4.2% gain. What will October reveal? We wait to see. But I think we're all ready to get to November. And hopefully, for Trump, it's one to remember. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center, where you can improve your smile with Lumineers. Dr. Heinbaugh of the American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center is the area's only certified Lumineers dentist. You can get a dynamite smile with no grinding, shots, or pain. Visit myspringfielddentist.com. That's myspringfielddentist.com. 855-839-1210. We'll get to some more details on just how much America despises the media on the other side. And also, speaking of the October surprise, very interesting column from Politico that says, if history is our guiding precedent, we haven't seen it yet. And we've got about 15 days to go. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Looking ahead to a Thursday night football starting the week 7 for the NFL. Can't believe it's week 7 already. Broncos at Saints. Alvin Kamara on the over rushing yards. Bo Nix for the over on the 1.5 passing touchdowns, and Rashid Shaheed on the over receiving yards. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg and make every moment more of the season. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Following is a paid commercial message.
It's happening here in Pennsylvania. Sanctuary cities are releasing violent illegal immigrants onto our streets with the help of Bob Casey. Casey voted repeatedly to fund these dangerous sanctuary cities. Casey's policy let more illegals, more criminals loose in our neighborhoods, making our families less safe. Worse, instead of deporting criminal illegals, Casey voted to give them amnesty. Casey's amnesty would give illegal immigrants your Social Security and Medicare. That's right, Casey would give your benefits to illegals, but he'd also make you pay more. Casey voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. Seniors can't afford higher taxes? Bob Casey, taxing you to pay illegals. It's just another Casey con job. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
It feels so real, but nobody's here when I wake up. Do you know my name? The devil's in the detail. I'm a natural born killer.
Oh, yeah. 640 Kayal and Company as we continue live on a Wednesday morning. All of the songs, all of the tunes, the music that you hear this morning, courtesy of our buddy Road Warrior, who made a nice donation, a financial contribution to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So he gives Stalker a half day off today. Stalker's like DHing today. He's not playing the field, but he'll still take some at bats.
So he gave me an entire one artist with a bunch of songs. So I'm gonna weave in all the songs, but I'm gonna play other stuff too.
Oh, okay.
I can't just play one artist.
Right.
Road Warrior knows I love him, but I can't do that all morning. So
come on, Road Warrior. 855-839-1210, the phone number. I'm going to give you these Gallup numbers in a moment to show you how much Americans distrust the media amongst all of our institutions here in the United States of America. And the media comes in dead last, by the way, a little spoiler alert. But Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on the information war that we are living through right now, because you have social media that puts out facts and falsehoods and then gray area. The mainstream media certainly does that. And then we see polls that are wrong all the time, some polls more accurate than others. But how do you sift through the state of this information war in America? Because even though I went from sports to news, I've always been a radio guy. You have gone from mainstream media, news, television, to alternative form of media on radio, from mainstream liberal Democrat media, even though you were never one of those people, to, quote, conservative radio, free speech radio. I mean, are we really living in the most difficult time to sift through what is real and what's not real when it pertains to information in this country from the media?
I think we are in this transitional period. And if you look back in history at times of great invention or revolution, even think of right here in Philadelphia, Ben Franklin, who was, maybe you could say, an Elon Musk type. He was an inventor. And what did Ben Franklin do? He knew the power of the free press. But Ben was also involved in a little bit of fake news of his own. If you look up the history of Ben Franklin. So if we look at the news industry, news and information First Amendment issues, I believe that it's a sign of the times, because we are going through this huge evolution transition with regard to, all the technology. I mean, look at what we talked about this week with Elon Musk, who will be one of the greatest inventors, genius, individuals, a Da Vinci, whatever you want to say, in the world. He'll be remembered in our history.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact to me that Elon Musk is so hell-bent on the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, right. And thank God he is, but that also would coincide with, if you think of some of the geniuses of the times, that, especially in America, it coincides with that.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Because if you're super smart, then you realize that the key to freedom, being free, is the First Amendment and the Second Amendment.
To say what you want and then to be able to defend yourself against from those trying to become tyrants.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And so I think you don't have to be a genius to know that, but isn't it ironic that the news, so many of our institutions, our Ivy League institutions, they're all distracted with DEI and all this other stuff that unfortunately turned very political. And here you have Elon Musk, this brilliant tech guy who, is worried about the planet and is inventing cool stuff and wants to go to space and all of that. But at the same time, he's a guy who agrees with, the people around the country and around the globe that the best thing we can do to ensure our freedom, the Constitution, but mainly First Amendment, Second Amendment.
Yeah, and what's also remarkable about this, and I'm glad you bring it up with Elon Musk, and I didn't want to make it specifically about Musk, but you got my brain churning here this morning. Elon Musk didn't have to do any of this. He was just like Trump, right? He was beloved, mainstream media, left-wing figure, right? They idolized him, his Tesla and SpaceX, and he's going to put chips in people's brains, and he is science. This guy, he's far more science than Tony Fauci will ever be, by the way. And now all of a sudden he's fighting these battles on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, which he talked about at that rally in Butler, PA with Trump, specifically honing in on the first two amendments in the Bill of Rights. And not that it's beneath him, because it's not beneath anybody, but from a mental stimulation standpoint, this has got to be boring as hell for Elon Musk, right? Like, Elon Musk is trying to launch space shuttles. He's trying to get computer chips in people's brains. He's way above, from a cognitive standpoint or an IQ standpoint, the First and Second Amendment. And they're super important amendments, but you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out what they mean, what they stand for, who's trying to continue to protect them, and who wants to take them away from you. And we're being gaslit by this current administration, right? Where they're saying Trump's the threat to democracy. He's going to take away your rights. And what have we seen for 4 years? Free speech being stifled by not Republicans, but by Democrats. And Democrats will hit you back with, well, what about the book bans? What about the book bans in schools? I don't want a 12-year-old reading about incestual porn. So if you want to call that a book ban, you want to call that stifling speech, then knock yourself out. That shouldn't be taught in a public school to a kid that hasn't even hit puberty yet, right? Much less have their brain fully formulate by the age of 25 or 26. So I think that's fascinating. Now, I've got the Gallup poll here in front of me. And this just goes to show you, and by the way, I don't trust any of these institutions. That might make me Debbie Downer or right-wing radical nut job, but I don't have any trust in any of these institutions. But here's how they were ranked in the latest Gallup poll from September 3rd to September 15th. And it is the Americans' trust in the U.S. government, the media, and the American people. I'll start with the least trusted is the mass media. They say newspapers, TV, and radio when it comes to reporting the news fully, accurately, and fairly. Americans have the least trust in that institution at 69% distrust. Then the next one up, slightly more trust, the legislative branch, consisting of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Number 8, the federal government in Washington when it comes to handling domestic problems. Number 7, the executive branch headed by the president. Number 6, the federal government in Washington when it comes to handling international problems. Number 5 is men and women in political life in this country who either hold or are running for public office. Number 4, the judicial branch headed by the U.S. Supreme Court. Number 3, the American people as a whole when it comes to making judgments under our democratic system about the issues that face our nation. Number 2, the government at the state level. And then number 1, the most trusted entity in our country, which actually comes back a little bit to, Sherelle Parker, the mayor, the city of Philadelphia, local level, the local government. Of all those 10 institutions I just gave you, and I think you could probably throw in public universities and things like that as well, the school system in general, the most trusted is the local government. The most distrusted is the mass media. Anything stand out to you, Dawn? Because for me, I don't trust any of these 10 institutions, so to speak. But to me, the 3 that stand out the most as far as the ones that I least trust, the media, the federal government here domestically, and politicians. Number 10, number 6, and number 5. And that's a problem for this country. If we as a society, as we as taxpayers and citizens of this country have almost no trust in all of our institutions, I guess that kind of explains where we are in 2024, right? When we talk about this election, because I saw a great meme yesterday, and I know, memes are meant to make people laugh, but this one really hit home with me. And the meme was, this election is not Democrat, Republican. This election is not, Trump versus Harris, male versus woman, white versus black, gay versus straight. This is the people against the establishment. And I think we saw just the sinister intentions and the capability and the powers of the establishment over the last 8 years. And I'm not one of these guys, Dawn, that says, oh, we can drain the swamp. The swamp's going to repopulate. It's going to respawn. Trump's one of one. He's a unicorn. But this does feel more than ever like this is about our common sense. This is about our God-given rights against a group of politicians. I mean, even Jamie Raskin coming out and saying, we might not certify this election. In Virginia, they're trying to sue. The Department of Justice is suing Glenn Youngkin because he wants to clean voter rolls because there's too many dead people on it. Now, why would anybody with a functional brain be opposed to getting dead people off of voter rolls? We talked about the Great Replacement Theory yesterday. This isn't right-wing radical stuff. Dawn, this is stuff that's all unfolding before your very eyes. You just have to be willing to put it underneath your nose and take a whiff of it to realize that it's right there in front of your face.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to zoom out just a little more and even learn from history. So when you think about, and I take it to Philadelphia, Ben Franklin and his Poor Richard's Almanac, and how he knew that by creating his own narrative and controlling the narrative and being a publisher, it mattered to even, doing this little thing they did in Philadelphia that we celebrate on July 4th, right? Mm-hmm. And so if we connect all of that, look at today's billionaires. You mentioned, Elon Musk. We mentioned the other day, Rupert Murdoch. We work here at Odyssey World headquarters in the shadow of Comcast, which is, if you look it up, I mean, my God, what's Comcast? It's I believe the number one, media power as far as a media company. Mm-hmm. So because after obviously Rupert Murdoch's, kids broke up News Corp in the two different big companies. Mm-hmm. What was that, 13 years ago, whatever. So Rupert Murdoch, Michael Bloomberg, Jeff Bezos. I mean, the list goes on and on. And so to me, when I look at it, it is the battle of the billionaires. Mm-hmm. And so, who's the billionaire on your side who aligns more with what you believe in? And I think we have to look at that perspective because some of the career politicians, they're like the cockroaches. You know what I mean? You're just you're gonna spray them and then new ones come out.
That's right.
You have to look at who's funding them, who's backing them, and what's their game? What is their motive?
Yep.
Their motive is money and power. And I think as long as we look at that and we keep that in our perspective, then I think we're all smarter and we have to be cynical.
855-839-1210. Let's wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Our buddy Ed in Delran chomping at the bit. Ed, good morning. How are you, pal?
Good morning. I looked at a Harris Walsh sign the other day, and here's what I came up with. If you vote, Harris Walsh is very false, and if you vote for them, the country will soon be lost.
We're going to have to get you together with Newman Price for like a little song parody, poem, rhyming contest. You guys can make a dynamic duo, Eddie.
Yeah, how about Harris sitting on TV talking about misinformation, and then the other thing is, right, not only she's talking about misinformation, she's also saying that, what's Trump's plan? What the hell's her plan?
Yeah.
Other than that she grew up in a middle-class family.
Starting every answer with that. And, oh, by the way, if she had such a great plan for the economy, she could have went to Chicago and did the same sit-down that Donald Trump did with Bloomberg and laid out her economic plans. But what have we seen about her economic plans? They're either copied and pasted from Joe Biden, from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, or they're failed economic policies of countries like Venezuela. She doesn't have an economic policy other than opportunity economy and then forgivable loans. I'm going to sign up for one of those. 855-839-1210. Before we get to the cut sheet coming up at 7:45, three things I want to get to. Politico had a very good column about the election's October surprise and how it may be arriving shortly. I can't imagine anything, honest to God, I can't think of one thing that would shock, stun, or surprise me, considering everything that has happened just in the last 4 months. But we'll kick that around. Also, early voting this week underway in North Carolina and Georgia. What to track, what to know. And then we got to get to this dog owner. Remember the video we played you of the dog that was chained up in the fence in Florida for Hurricane Helene and the other storm Milton? We got to play you not only what DeSantis said about the individual that has been apprehended and identified, but we're also going to show the mugshot of this scumbag. We'll do that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is on the way.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, all the important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Recently met with some of my friends from the Piazza Auto Group, and we were test driving the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, the brand's most popular SUV. Its bold new design has plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with best-in-class safety. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202 and online anytime at piazzahyundai.com.
Attention thrill seekers, it's the Monster Truckload Hot Tub Sale at Springdance Hot Tubs. With deals so monstrous they'll send shivers down your spine. Save up to $5,000 on hot spring and Caldera hot tubs. Plus, the excitement continues with bonus accessories worth up to $3,000. Salt system, insulated cover, and more. But beware, these monster-sized deals are only here until October 27th. Don't miss your chance. Visit Springdance Hot Tubs at springdancehottubs.com before these deals vanish for good.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know that Dr. Mike Veneria is my friend. He's my dentist. He's the master of dental implants. Did you also know that he hosts an annual Veterans Breakfast every year to thank our men and women who have served our country? And he also hosts a free community shredding event so you can shred all those confidential, sensitive documents so nobody hacks your identity and tracks you down. Saturday, November 9th, Veterans Day weekend. Your opportunity to come out, say hello to our veterans, thank them, get some coffee, cake, donuts, even breakfast pizza. Breakfast pizza, what's that? It's a real thing. And if you've been thinking about getting that beautiful smile you deserve, reach out to my buddy Dr. Mike Veneria. For 12 years, he's been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. He's a guy who cares. He gives back to our veterans and our community, and he's my entire family's dentist. You won't be disappointed. So come out on Saturday, November 9th for the Veterans event and free community shredding event. Go to veneriadental.com for more information. veneriadental.com. I'll see you Saturday, November 9th at his Cinnaminson office, veneriadental.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If I could stick my hand in my heart, I'd spell it all over the stage. Would it satisfy you? Would it satisfy you? Would you think, boy, it's strange? Ain't it strange? If I could win you, if I could sing you a love song so divine.
I can actually picture Road Warrior right now riding his bike to Atlantic City with this music in the background. Can actually see it. Nice work from our boy. Kayal and Company, as the Road Warrior has commandeered the music today. Great donation. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And as you know, coming up on Friday, October 25th, it is the Great Faux Debate Part 2, or Part 2, I should say. Sean Farish, Esty, as we will be down in New Jersey, FOP Lodge 56. Thanks to our buddy Wayne Bonfiglio and many others. All of you that have sold it out not once but twice. It's going to be like a fire hazard in that building. Capacity of 130 people. Everybody's going to be on top of each other. I'll be stuffing hash browns down my throat. It's going to be great. Can't wait. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have all of you in here on this Wednesday. Tony Bruno's coming up at 8:30, and, of course, the cut sheet at 7:45. I do want to get to this October surprise story, and then also what's going on in North Carolina with early voting underway, and Georgia as well. Actually, I think it was Georgia started yesterday. North Carolina begins on Thursday. We'll give you those details coming up shortly. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. It's time for the city resident and an ardent supporter of Sherelle Parker, Dawn Stensland.
Yes. Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored this morning by the Philly Taste Festival. It's a chilly start to the morning, 42 degrees, clear skies, and I'll tell you how high the temperatures are going to go. It's a chilly day, so make sure if you're headed out. It's sunny and not, pretty cool out, breezy, 57 degrees today. So another chilly day. If you're heading out, grab that jacket. The search is on. We've talked about this. One of the most wanted suspects in all of Philadelphia. Big news conference held yesterday as the cops, the city officials, are expressing outrage over a suspect they've identified as 20-year-old Jadir Goodwin. So they released his mugshot, which handily is on file in the city of Philadelphia, but they're searching for this guy after they say that he will be charged with aggravated assault, among other very serious felony charges, after they say he purposely ran over 3 nurses and a shooting victim outside of Philadelphia Hospital. Happened over the weekend in the city's University City section, and said how sinister it was because initially it appeared this guy in the Jeep was trying to drop off a shooting victim. When the nurses came out to help at his beckoning, that's when the tune changed, when apparently the suspect and those accompanying him thought that they called the cops, and they accused him of in fact running over the nurses as well as the shooting victim he initially was trying to help.
I mentioned this probably a week or so ago that we don't really appreciate what these first responders do, and I made the comment of these overnight nurses. What time was this? Did this happen at the hospital, Dawn? Was this in the early hours of the morning?
This one happened. It was over the weekend. I believe it was Saturday late.
Okay, yeah. I just and I know these things don't happen all the time, but the people that work that second into third shift, if that not that late overnight shift at these hospitals, where we were always talking about these stories that you have in the news, where either the police or somebody have to bring a shooting victim in. I do not envy these people having to be in this emergency setting, especially when it's the result of crime in the city.
And so we have a lot of politics, obviously, here in Pennsylvania, key swing state. But last night, the big Senate debate between incumbent career politician Democrat Bob Casey or his Republican challenger, who has never been an elected official, somebody who's known as a businessman and was a combat war veteran. So Dave McCormick v. Bob Casey. It's one of the headlines this morning. One of the other headlines I'll point out to you with Vice President Harris here in this area, Washington's Crossing in Bucks County, later on today. But one of the headlines is that Trump is reportedly going to show up at least one McDonald's and work the fryer, obviously as a little jab at the I'm questioning the claim that his opponent ever worked at McDonald's.
I'm going to advise the campaign against this.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad idea.
Really?
Remember Dukakis and the helmet and
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying that, dude, nobody thinks that you know how to work a fry cook or a fryer at McDonald's. Nobody cares. That's not why people elect you. Don't.
You know what he should do?
Don't do it.
Here's what I would do. I'd take it a step further. So you and I are totally, and whether or not this, I don't think it's all about these moments, right? Because that's what politics are about these days. This is going to be one of these viral things on social media. But since they want to bring it to, you know what he should do? He should invite Kristen Welker, eat a bunch of French fries, have a quarter pounder with cheese. By the way, the best burger McDonald's offer is the quarter pounder. It's not the double cheeseburger. It's not the Big Mac. It's the quarter pounder. And then give his cholesterol report to Kristen Welker. That's what I would do, since they were so hell-bent on Sunday about talking about Donald Trump's cholesterol.
If you want to go in there, he's really good going in there and stirring the crowd up, maybe buying a round of Big Macs for everybody. But to go back there and work the fry, it's not helpful.
So I know think the showman thing's going to work this time?
I know everybody. You don't know what you're talking about. He's a genius and he knows everything. Okay, great, cool. I'm just saying that it's not. It's why do that? Like, nobody is electing you to be fry cook in chief. Nobody. Who cares?
But this was considered to be him as a showman 8 years ago. So are you saying that the act has worn off?
No. I'm just saying that this specific act of him going to a McDonald's in Pennsylvania and working the fryer, it's not. Why do it?
Doesn't resonate with working class people in a battleground state?
I'm telling you both, and you know this, and Dawn is quiet, so I'm not picking on you. But you guys both know that if Kamala Harris did this, it would be a look at her doing this. If the roles were reversed, everybody on this radio station and everybody in from the Benny Johnsons to all of them would be like, look at her trying to resonate. But when Trump does it, it's genius.
Well, neither one of them. I don't think it resonates with either one of their personal upbringing specifically. One claims to be a middle-class person that grew up very wealthy, and the other one inherited a ton of money. So, I mean, no. I mean, as far as, hey, man, look at that individual working the fryers at McDonald's. No, neither one of them have ever had to do that for a day in their life, although I don't begrudge either one of them. But I'm thinking, as far as the showmanship goes, we can sit here and say whether or not it works or not. It's not going to determine the election. But we do live in a society now where this is what people fall in love with. Think about what we've covered for 2 years. We're not talking policy, right? What's the policy that we talk about? Well, okay, we talk about the economy. We talk about the border. We talk about the wall. That's all entry level from 30,000 feet above. Aren't we in the moment of politics in the social media era where it's all about creating the viral moment? And I know you hate social media, but the masses out there, I think, they see that. And for whatever, and I'm not saying it's going to move the needle. Like, look, Trump's not going to get an independent who's undecided who is saying, I'm going to make my decision here in the next 7 days. And I just saw him on at McDonald's shaking out the fries and putting some salt in the pan. That's not going to win over a vote. But this plays to his strength, right? Because he looks, for what it's worth, yes, he's never had to go to McDonald's and work there, but he goes in there and he handles it naturally.
McDonald's.
But he handles it naturally.
He does.
And it's not staged. With Kamala, it's staged. With Doug, with the Doritos.
It's wait. Him going in and working the fry cook or the fryer is not staged?
First of all,
but they're not going to have it like sanitized where like they clear out the people in the convenience store and then start filming. He's going to be there with the people probably tossing out Happy Meals.
He has said a couple of things, and I always do the zoom out because you mentioned Dukakis. What crushed Dukakis was not the dopey helmet he was trying. It was, you're right, his awkward way of trying to do shtick. But what really crushed Dukakis was that he furloughed a convicted violent criminal who went out and raped and killed Willie Horton.
I understand.
Right?
I understand that whole thing.
So he wasn't authentic, and he was
and that's my point.
Horrible on crime. As far as Trump, he's saying he said, I want to see how it is. So it's I feel your pain moment where he goes to a McDonald's. He actually wants to be there and see how they work the fryer because he loves the McDonald's fries.
See, it is not even about authentic.
You guys can justify anything. It's unbelievable.
No. I just think that if he's awkward and it comes off as a shtick, then no, it doesn't work. But I doubt that's going to happen.
Yes, I'm not worried about the authenticity of it because neither one of them have ever had to do this in their life. The other A word you mentioned was awkward. If DeSantis does that, it's bizarre. It's cringe. Dare I say it's weird. Trump does it, and it's just natural to him. He finds a way to there's, like, we talk about the it factor. He just goes into McDonald's, and it's going to be like, oh, my God, look at this. And he's going to, hey, what do you want? You want a McFlurry? And he's going to do the whole bit. If Kamala did it, it would just be like, no.
Agreed.
And it's not. It's not.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
And he's going to talk to those McDonald's workers, and he's going to ask them about their job, and he's going to look around and think about ideas. And he's more relatable with actual workers than he is with some of these executives. That's where his strength lies.
It's a skill set that he has that others don't. That's all. I don't think it's going to impact the election.
I never said it's going to impact the election.
Oh no,
I'm just saying he doesn't need to do it. He doesn't need to do it. Just go into a McDonald's and buy everybody a Happy Meal.
I'm just glad he's in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'll take it a step further. I would say that because he's physically in Pennsylvania, is a far better idea than Madison Square Garden.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
because he's not going to win New York.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think
you like MSG better than McDonald's.
I think him doing Madison Square Garden is a very smart move. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Not because he's going to win New York. He certainly is not.
Yeah.
But I think it shows something, and it's all about the national media. It's the Mecca. It's the biggest arena in the country.
Maybe I'm a New York hater, but I could be off on this. But I think most people that aren't fans of New York, the city, the charm, the food, the lifestyle, the sports, are tired of being told that what New York does matter. I don't think New York resonates with the rest of America. I think people look down at New York and like, I'm so sick of having New York shoved down my throat.
It's not about the people. It's about the media. It's about the media. Everybody's going to cover and be like, oh, my God, he sold out Madison Square Garden.
That's because it's, as I said before, I'll relate it again to the migrant crisis. Nobody in the so-called mainstream media, the networks, they were not covering, except for, Bill Maloogian of Fox, really, nobody was covering what was happening at the border. It's why Texas Governor Greg Abbott, what they did to bus people to New York City, to the media mecca, it was brilliant. And so that's with Trump, it's in your face. That's what he's doing.
We should do a poll question. More impactful move for Trump. Philly McDonald's or Madison Square Garden?
It's not even close.
But he's doing all of the above, and that's what nobody's pointing out. While his opponent has been hiding and selecting certain media at certain times, he's out there doing all of the above. He's constantly doing town halls, and look at the way the media covered it. As far as in Pennsylvania, everybody at the rally, and we know they were calling here all day yesterday and on social media saying this is what really happened at that rally. Just this morning in the Philadelphia Inquirer, again, they continue with this false narrative that Trump turned it into a weird music thing where he stood awkwardly on stage. That's just, they do everything in the media to make him look bad, and it reinforces to people that, in fact, the media is against him.
Well, that's true. You can't spin the McDonald's thing if you're the mainstream media. How can they possibly contort this into a negative?
They'll find a way.
Good luck. I mean, I think this hits with a lot of people. Like, Dawn, you talk about it as a mom, right? You're rushing out of here. You're out at 12 o'clock or whatever, and then you got to go get the boys. You got to get them to practice, off the bus from school, take them here, take them there. You don't have time to make dinner unless you're using your slow cooker. What do? You go through the drive-thru. Now, imagine what they should do, and I know we're getting deep in the weeds here. But
I'm just going to tell you, I've never gone through a drive-thru for dinner.
Are you serious? God bless you.
What?
God
Never? Never.
I think that's more of a...
That's my husband.
...shocking than Trump trying to work the fry cook.
I would also station...
That's why I love Watercrock.
Station him at the window of the drive-thru.
That is a great idea.
Could you imagine somebody pulling up and he pops his head out?
That is a great idea.
That'd be awesome.
Who used to do that? David Letterman used to do that. That was an old Letterman bit. He would show up at random drive-thrus around New York and New Jersey and film it, and people would go up there and it would be Letterman. It's hysterical.
Yep.
And he would mess with them over the loudspeaker. What do you want?
Yep.
No, you don't want that. You want it was a funny bit.
Yep. By the way, this is still the news, and you never know when the news could devolve into a segment because that's what we do on this show.
Yeah.
Something just ignites a spark and we go off.
Yes, I completely forgot.
No, it's great.
So I know we'll talk about Georgia, we'll talk about North Carolina, and updating for you how many people are missing. And this is not getting a lot of coverage as far as both the aftermath of Hurricane Helene and Milton combined with the death toll rising and with the number of missing, just a real tragedy. Locally, by the way, since they're based here, Comcast announcing another $500,000 donation to help with the victims' recovery. And I believe, because I was looking up media stuff in our past conversation, so locally, a company like Comcast, they've donated about $1.5 million to the folks in the storm-ravaged Florida, as well as the Carolinas, 7 states in all. So I know that we'll focus on that as well. All right, we are sponsored today by the Philly Taste Festival. Don't miss Taste. Philadelphia this weekend at Valley Forge Casinos. Taste and sample from Philly's top restaurants, breweries, and distilleries, top Food Network chefs, and trick-or-treat magic from John Doorboss, by the way. Tickets on sale now, phillytastefest.com. Must be 21 and over, by the way, because there is drinking a lot of beer and great wine and all that good stuff with the distilleries.
Yeah, baby.
So, Philly Taste Festival, thank you for sponsoring our news. And for our weather, yes, we're at 42 degrees, only warming up to about 57 if we're lucky. It might not feel like that because it's another breezy day. Tomorrow, 62 with a lot of sunshine. And then Friday, we start a nice warm-up pattern with partly sunny skies, 69 degrees for your Friday. Then the weekend, bright, sunny, 75 degrees for the weekend. Kayal and Company News Live.
You know, the greatest magic trick that John Dorenbos could ever pull off is if he made Nick Sirianni disappear.
Oh, no, Nick.
Yeah, see if he can work that into his act.
Yeah.
Who just signed the new...
Topper.
Oh, yeah. It was Rob Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
Just signed a new 1 year extent. 1 year. He got 1 year.
Yeah. Exactly what I was hoping they would not do.
He's going...
Status quo, run it back.
The entire coaching staff is going to stay in place, and he doesn't see any big changes.
Nah.
He says might be a tweak or two to the lineup. Lineup.
We're gonna nibble around the edges, like it's a peanut butter cup that we just pulled out of the freezer.
They got bounced in the first round of the playoffs.
Yep.
I know you don't say round, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
By the Mets.
Yep. In 4 games.
By a division rival, the Mets.
Yep. Yeah. We'll just see status quo. Well, we won a division.
Aren't the Mets hot right now, though? Aren't they pretty hot team?
I don't know. The Dodgers are giving them a run for their money.
Yankees are up 2-0. We'll talk about it with Tony Bruno. We'll get his thoughts. You know, Bruno will be on board with it. What do you want to do? Blow the whole thing up? They won 95 games.
They want. Do you think the media wants a New York versus New York World Series?
No.
Nope. They want a New York versus Los Angeles World Series.
I think they can't miss either way. You're either going to have a Subway Series with the 2 teams from the top market, or number 1 versus number 2, East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah,
it's not like there's a bad option, right?
Unless Cleveland gets in, then everybody's like, oof. I mean,
Cleveland.
they look terrible
Nobody
last night.
cares about Ohio. It's Pittsburgh West.
They sent in their best reliever yesterday in the second inning.
Yeah. All hands on deck. All right, cut sheet coming up 7:45. Bruno, just over an hour from now. The October surprise, is it upon us? What the heck could it be? Kayal and Company, back after this.
We got to talk about our friends at Piazza Auto Group. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And these models have sleek new designs and beautiful innovative features powered by the latest in technology. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Check them out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Wawa, where you can get the classics for just $6. Whether it's a cheesesteak, meatball, or Italian, get any classic hoagie for just $6. Because you got to have a Wawa. And you got to have your cut sheet. That's coming up in 20 minutes. Tony Bruno, 1 hour from now. Politico, very interesting column, with the headline being, "The Election's October Surprise may be arriving shortly." They say the following: history suggests the decisive moment is still to come. When you read of the remarkable stability of the 2024 race, which is interesting, I'd say it's anything but stable, although maybe they're implying about the polls and things like that. Just keep in mind that if past is prologue, we may still be in for a surprise. They go on to write the following: now that you have read the 500th poll of the battleground states, the thousands of simulations, the scientific and pseudoscientific calculations, the hourly assertions of how close this contest is, you might want to take a breath and contemplate the possibility that the factor that will determine the outcome may not have happened yet. At least that's what our recent political history says. Again and again, close presidential contests have been overtaken by last-minute events that rendered the months of analysis and speculation inoperative. Historians can debate the ultimate impact of these moments, but they have emerged often enough that they should provide a good dose of humility to any assessment of the outcome. Welcome to the October surprise, which has come to mean any late-breaking event with the potential to change the course of the race, but which first entered America's political lexicon in 1980. They talk about Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter. They talk about surprises with Iran, whether it was 1980, whether it was Iran again in 1992, whether it was in the year 2000 with Bush and Gore and the DUI that got brought up in the closing moments. And if you read this column of all the different October surprises over the last 44 years, there's been one common denominator that has at least popped up more than once, and that is Iran. And I don't think you have to go too far and, try to drum up something. I think it's right in front of your face. If, in fact, we see something, I think it's something Middle East related, war related, Iran related. And I come to that conclusion because we know that Iran has multiple hits out for Donald Trump. We know that the U.S. has been itching to get into conflict with Iran. You have, of course, the funding of Hezbollah and Hamas, everything that's going on a year and 9 days later from October 7th of 2023. But I got to tell you, with everything that we have seen, and let's just hit the rewind button. Just go back to March of 2023. Remember, it was right around St. Patrick's Day when the first indictment came down from Alvin Bragg with Donald Trump. And since then, in however many months that has been, I don't know, what is that, like 18, 19 months, something to that effect, we have seen countless things that we have never seen before in the history of American politics. So between now, October 16th, and October 31st, 6 days before the election on November 5th, I got to tell you, there would be nothing that surprised me, nothing that shocked me. I actually got a text from one of our buddies who likes to contribute to the show without really ever fully endorsing his commitment to the program.
Do you have a drop that might coincide with this?
There's
Get up, Harry. Let's go, Harry. Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, we'll call him Doug. And he texted me yesterday at 3 o'clock. He's like, what do you think the October surprise is going to be? And I said, dude, nothing would surprise me. But would anything that pertains around New York City, Madison Square Garden, October 27th, Trump at the Mecca, could there be a surprise there? I'll let your mind wander. But honest to God, Dawn, there's nothing that comes to mind for me that says October surprise in 20. I mean, think about this. We've had subverting of democracy. We've had coups. We've had Nancy Pelosi, who you will hear in the cut sheet. She still isn't talking to Joe Biden. That relationship has been severed. We've seen one assassination attempt, one thwarted attempt on a golf course. We have seen so many unbelievable things that if they were writing history books and publishing them for classrooms in the year 2072, we might look back at 2023 into 2024 as the most wild election cycle from the beginning of the primary season through election day and even the fallout. Because if you think that, November 5th is going to come and go, we're going to have a unanimous winner, we're going to elect the president, and everybody's just going to go into their separate corners and ride off quietly into the holidays, you haven't been paying attention to the political news cycle for the last 4 or 8 years. I can't come up with one idea. Do you have anything that would suggest a surprise? Is there anything out of the realm of possibilities? I know historically they say, hold your horses, but I think we've seen it all. I mean, the last thing was an assassination attempt, and we've had 2 that have been on the books.
I actually do. This came down late on Friday, and that I learned about it and was learning more about it. But I think that the October surprise, and this is something that is one of the biggest media omissions that I've seen in a long time. And they did cover it when it happened, September 25th, 26th, when the case of the appeal of Donald J. Trump bringing forth, and this is one of the cases before Judge Arthur Engoron.
This was your bombshell that you teased, that you let off right at the top. Yep.
Because I had just, Larry had mentioned to me, did you hear that this was in court? I didn't hear. And I was like, no. And he had just briefly mentioned it like the night before. And, we're racing around in football and all heck's always breaking loose. Mm-hmm. And so I was trying to look through things and substantiate it, and then stumbled across, then I got the court records on it. And then, like, right at the last minute, because I told Dan, can you try to see if they allow audio in the courts?
Mhm.
They do at the state level. This is a state appellate court. And so it's a 5-judge appellate court. The reason that's significant in New York, because we know that obviously in New York City, we've talked about some of the judges, but this is the state of New York. You know,
Yes.
think of Elise Stefanik, right?
Yep.
The member of the House. So in this one, with the audio, when you hear that audio of at least 3 of the justices, they are interrupting the lawyers who are arguing on behalf of Letitia James, the Attorney General, and interrupting and saying, has this ever been, I'm paraphrasing obviously, but has this case, a case like this one, where you have a business person who takes out a loan, the people involved, which is Deutsche Bank, they testify and say, no, they repaid all, we're perfectly happy, or they repaid all the money.
No victim.
There's, no victim here. And so when you hear these state level judges at the New York State Appeals Court asking the questions, interrupting these attorneys.
They shredded the whole concept of even bringing charges to this case.
And said that this is so out of whack and makes history. This has never happened in the United States of America. And asked the question, should we consider a censure? And even one of them asking the question, could this be electioneering? In other words, i.e. election interference. So they were asking the questions. So it's 3 out of 5 you could hear asking those questions.
Yep.
And so that would lead one to believe, geez, you know, are they going to overturn this whole shebang? Are they going to censure the Attorney General of New York's, Letitia James, who campaigned? She campaigned she was going to get Trump.
Oh, yeah.
So then I looked at, okay, when did this happen? Happened around September 25th, September 26th, and they are expected to rule within a month of that date. That puts us, right around that's, so if you figure Friday, October 25th, on the day, ironically, of the big live show.
I know.
Is that bombshell ruling going to break?
Yeah, you just know we're going to be in the middle of our phone debate, having fun, laughing our you-know-what's off, and something big will really develop, and we'll have to pivot right out of that, which we're great at doing. But like I could totally see that happening, right?
Yeah, and so what if that happens that Friday? Then Sunday would be the day that Trump has set the date for Madison Square Garden. Would it be the big victory lap? And if the appellate court throws that out, whether or not they censure this, what does it mean for all of the other cases?
Right. But you know what? And it's a great discovery that you made. And, Dan played and grabbed that audio for you. And I heard that as I was driving home on Friday. But let me play devil's advocate. I'll be the stalker of this conversation. 2 things. One, we live in a world where this, I think, washes over people's brains. Like it's in the weeds. We have a lot of, I just think we have a lot of, not us, not you and I, not people that listen to this station, the general masses out there. Like it's just too complex for me. I just want to drift away in my Facebook app and swipe and scroll while I drink my Diet Coke. And then secondly, even if that would happen on October 25th, does that shift anybody's opinion this late in the game? I just feel like if you haven't made up your mind one way or the other on what your view is on the lawfare against Trump by October 25th, does an appellate court in the state of New York change your view for how you vote or how you feel about the whole situation?
Well, that's why I would think something like that might come out on a Friday. But yeah, I think that if that ruling comes out and they overturn that case, it puts everything into question. And then that starts a spiral by which people go, wow, we were told that he's dirty. He's, that he did all of this in New York, and everybody said, oh, he's a convicted this and he's a convicted that. And is this a beginning of sort of unwinding all of these charges? I do think it would have huge ramifications.
All right.
I do.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We'll get to North Carolina and Georgia. Early voting underway in both of these states. We'll do this after Bruno, but I'll just give you one little tidbit on each. Georgia is off to a record turnout for early voting. Just a little tidbit, the little teaser there for you. And also, in North Carolina, all of those western state counties that have been impacted from the hurricane, it looks like a lot of things have been shifted into the favor of those impacted, especially in rural Trump country, where it looks like it won't hurt a Republican's chances, not nearly as much as people speculated about that it could have been 2 weeks ago. So we'll give you some more of those details coming up after Bruno. But first, the cut sheet, and that is coming up next here on Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This year, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Squares game you've always known, only way better. You know, the office pools. That's because your numbers aren't randomly assigned to you like said office pools. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to bet on Squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Weather can be unpredictable nowadays, but your local news station on the free Odyssey app has got you covered. Whether you need an umbrella, windbreaker, or an extra layer, or two, we'll let you know. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station to listen on your smartphone or ask your smart speaker to play it before you head out the door. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station. That's AUDACY.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Winter is coming. Water will freeze and thaw around your property and into your foundation, and that's when the worst damage will happen. I used to worry about water, but then Garden State Earthworks solved my water problem for good. When we had our wet basement, it was caused by excess outside stagnant water. We called Garden State Earthworks. They assessed and drained the water away once and for all. Call the guy I trust, Lou Vargo at Garden State Earthworks, 856-848-4444 or GardenStateEarthworks.com.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
The following is a paid commercial
commercial message.
A lot of congressmen talk about real results, but Brian Fitzpatrick actually delivers for real people like Tom.
I believe that Congressman Fitzpatrick does have his finger on the pulse, does feel the needs of businesses, and recognizes what small businesses mean to Main Street America.
Janice.
I would say 100% that I support Brian Fitzpatrick for Congress. I know that he has our interests at heart. He's just really a man of great integrity.
And Pete.
Congressman Fitzpatrick is very responsive, especially to veterans' needs. I can't think of any other person I'd rather see as my congressman than Brian Fitzpatrick.
Delivering for Pennsylvania. That's Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. Vote on or before Election Day, November 5th. Paid for by America's Credit Unions PAC of Credit Union National Association, Inc., americascreditunions.org, and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. America's Credit Unions PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend, dentist, and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, and the Bentz Dental Group. With the cooler weather, it's a great time to stop procrastinating. Take care of your dental health. Plus, now's the best time to see a prosthodontist, especially to help with complications as we get older and help prevent major problems. Get the smile you really want. Take control of your oral health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Attention thrill seekers! It's the Monster Truckload Hot Tub Sale at Springdance Hot Tubs. With deals so monstrous they'll send shivers down your spine. Save up to $5,000 on hot spring and Caldera hot tubs. Plus, the excitement continues with bonus accessories worth up to $3,000. Salt system, insulated cover, and more. But beware, these monster-sized deals are only here until October 27th. Don't miss your chance. Visit Springdance Hot Tubs at springdancehottubs.com before these deals vanish for good.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Duty, duty, duty.
Many times I tried to tell you, many times I cried alone. Always I'm surprised how well.
It's Kayal and Company, 745, midweek show, hump day edition. Tony Bruno, live from Florida in 45 minutes. His internet restored.
Yeah.
His future home unscathed. His current pad still afloat. They rode out the storm.
They did. Against our wishes.
Yep.
Dawn especially. But they survived. They're fine.
That's right. That's right. We got a lot of good things to get to. Bruno at 8:30. Also, we're going to give you these details in North Carolina and Georgia, and also in Pennsylvania, because it always comes back to Pennsylvania. A exclusive poll as to, and this is serious, I know it's going to come off funny, but it's a serious poll, as Pennsylvanians were polled as to who is the biggest support or aid or boost or bump to Kamala Harris in the Keystone State. Is it Scranton's Joe Biden, or is it Berks County's Taylor Swift? We'll give you the details of this exclusive poll.
Exclusive
poll by JL Partners, and we will give you those details coming up later in the program. But right now, let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this? What's today? Wednesday, sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, get a 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Judith Krupnik and Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring. The highly rated, no matter what the YouTube chat says, people want my mic muted because they don't like what I said about Trump and the fry cook.
I think people want your throat, man.
It's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
I think that if Trump, here's the thing, if he works the fryer, the French fryer, and it's all successful.
I heard something I don't like.
And after Trump wins November 5th, I think Greg has to work a fryer.
Or the poll.
It's amazing. It's so amazing. It's so amazing that I look. You know, some say I trigger people on purpose.
Some would say he has a role, and it's all by design.
Sometimes tension makes good radio.
To create the best program
I agree.
possible.
No, I agree. No, I agree. Let me just tell you everything you want to hear, like other radio hosts do.
Wait, will Trump on October 25th, will Trump, a.k.a. Sean Farish, maybe he'll teach Stocker how to
use
work
the fryer.
That's right. That's right.
All right, let's get to these cuts. So Kamala Harris yesterday went on with Charlemagne the God on the Breakfast Club. No, it's spelled that.
T-H-A.
T-H-A, that.
Can I just ask a really ignorant question right off the top? Because I'm exhausted by hearing the name Charlemagne the God. And I've never listened to the show. Is it would the genre be classified as politics? I mean, what do they do on that show?
They play music. It's a music intensive show. Yeah.
Okay.
I heard.
It's on an urban hip hop station.
Okay. But they delve into other issues beyond just music, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know Ted and Swarthmore was on the line, and he wanted to talk about some big boogeyman that may or may not own our company. But this was iHeartRadio. You know, the other radio company that owns Premier Networks, that has Sean Hannity. This is iHeartRadio.
My husband works in the same building as him in New York City.
That gave this
down the hall.
That gave this forum to Kamala Harris.
And they bring in free food for all employees every Wednesday.
All I'm saying is that Odyssey has not. Okay, Odyssey has not. iHeart gave a full platform to Kamala Harris.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
Here at Odyssey, wouldn't we want? We would love in our hub here at Odyssey World Headquarters to host a debate between Trump and Harris.
We are. On October 25th.
See?
All right, let's. Nobody wants to hear our banter, especially not my banter.
So you're saying Odyssey is not this left-wing company shoving Kamala down your throat like iHeart is?
Thank you, Nick Kayal.
I think I picked
Thank you, Nick Kayal.
You're welcome.
I love it. I love sticking people. All right. Kamala Harris is...
I need that on my board. Jimmy Kelly. He's like a nurse. He just wants to draw blood. I love sticking people.
All right. Let's start with cut one here. How the Trump campaign is rooted in fear. Kamala Harris on with Charlemagne the God, which went and broadcast to all the iHeart radio stations. Just so you know. Cut one. Phil, go.
Respond to Trump's claim that he's going to use.
Can you stop it for 1
second?
Can you stop it for 1 second? So this was an interview, right? And then they also took questions from callers.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes.
Phil, can you start it over?
Respond to Trump's claim that he's going to use the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to round up immigrants if he wins the election.
All right, pause that. Pause that right there. I'm sorry. Executive pause here. That is a totally staged call with a totally scripted question because, with all due respect to callers in radio, nobody calls in with that kind of information and delivers it the way that person is reading it. That person right there is a planted call by somebody on that show or the administration to read that. He's citing an act or some law from 1622? Yeah, stop.
Yeah.
All right, but I'm sorry. No more.
Keep going.
In internment camps during World War II, and I have a sneaking suspicion that if Trump wins, he's going to use this law to put anyone that doesn't look white in camps, and I'm scared.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Harry Sisson.
You hit on a really important point and expressed it, I think, so well, which is he is achieving his intended effect to make you scared. He is running full time on a campaign that is about instilling fear, not about hope, not about optimism, not about the future, but about fear. And so this is yet another example. Look what he did in saying that those legal immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, were eating their pets. And by the way, the hypocrisy of it abounds, because on the issue of immigration, let's be clear, some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, working with others, came up with a border security bill which was the strongest, toughest border security bill in a long, long time. It would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border.
I'm sorry, is Charlemagne the God there?
No, he went out for a croissant and a Starbucks refill.
Over a country of every race and background. It would have allowed us to do more work on prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done in my career. Trump got word that that bill was afoot, knew it would fix the problem, and told his buddies in Congress to kill the bill. And you know why? Because he would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And he's running his campaign in a way that he does these rallies where people, by the way, walk out, and does these rallies to try and instill fear around an issue where he actually could be part of a solution, but he chose not to because he prefers to run on a problem instead of fix a problem.
You know, you take this and compare it to that dude from Bloomberg yesterday.
Oh.
Just it's like night and day.
Oh, that guy from Bloomberg tried to bring in a howitzer to take out Trump. I mean, my God.
It's literally night and day. So he argued with him over everything, and Charlemagne lets her just steamroll him.
Okay. Yeah. Which, by the way, pet peeve of mine, I hate hearing the interviewer, It's like I said yesterday, the head nod. When you're sitting there and you're interviewing somebody and you're just nodding along to every word they say, nauseating the witness. We can separate two things. We'll get back to the authenticity of that call in a moment. But the fear. So when you portray your political rival to be Hitler, is that not fear-mongering? Like, let's look at this objectively in politics. It is about selling fear. You want to make the alternative option seem to be the worst possible solution for said problem. So that's politics 101. But this campaign that tries to sell you on joy and hope and change, all they do is portray Donald Trump like legitimately Hitler, the boogeyman, or whoever you think is Freddy Krueger, Mike Myers. It's really hypocrisy at its finest. But just back to the authenticity of that call. And by the way, did you hear how, now the whole answer was nonsense, but did you hear how smooth and polished Kamala's answer was to that question? That's not a credit to her. That is more of the point of that I'm making. That call was staged. She knew what the question was. She gave that question. And I actually think that might have been Harry Sisson. I mean, come on. I'm calling out because Charlemagne the God has all of a sudden gained some credibility in news and politics of, well, he rips Joe Biden and Kamala Harris from time to time as well. See, he's not a left-wing shill. I 100% believe that was a staged call, and I am calling out Charlemagne the God. That is a fake call.
By the way, Jimmy Matthews, my buddy on the YouTube chat, dude, bro, come on. He is not Hitler. It is a terrible analogy. Stop saying that. You weaken your arguments when you say that. Just stop.
Well, Jimmy Matthews is saying that?
Yeah. Jimmy Matthews says he is the new Hitler 100% as it is an excellent analogy. It's not. It's not. I know where you're coming from. I know you don't just stop with that argument.
Like, dude, Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Can you please stop?
But I still love you, Jimmy. Okay. Cut 2, Phil. This is Charlemagne the God. You can't take anybody out of the game for not voting. Cut 2, go.
How do you convince Republican senators, as you just said?
Well, part of it, part of it is that their constituents are part of this. I mean, we have plenty of folks who want this, who live in districts where they serve. And this is the point. This gets back to the earlier point about you can't let anybody take you out of the game by not voting. The solutions, and maybe this is the point you're making about what President Obama said. The solutions are not going to happen just overnight. And the solutions that we all want are not going to happen in totality because of one election. But here's the thing. The things that we want and are prepared to fight for won't happen if we're not active and if we don't participate. We cannot allow circumstances to take us out the game, because then basically what we're saying is all those people who are obstructionists,
That's the name of my new
who are
podcast.
standing in the way of change, they're winning.
I can't with this. She did not grow up to speak like that.
Yeah.
She's pandering to an audience. Stop.
Yes.
Out the game.
Yep.
You don't speak like that. You're from Berkeley. Stop. Stop.
You're
And
not from-
Canada.
Yeah.
She's from Canada, not Compton.
I can't with this. Don't let anybody take you out the game.
Yeah.
You don't speak like that.
Yeah. And as far as taking people out of the game, remember when Joe Biden in 2021 about Georgia said this makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle, Raphael Warnock, Jim Crow in new clothes, Stacey Abrams, Jim Crow in a suit and tie, and Ossoff, the new Jim Crow. By the way, speaking of those Jim Crow laws in Georgia voting, shattering the record for early turnout in the critical swing state on Tuesday, according to state election officials, Georgia had over 188,000 votes cast by 2 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah.
I mean, that is
so much for Georgia taking them out of the game.
I asked Athen about this yesterday because I believe I don't look at any of the polling. I mean, I do because that's my job, but I don't take any of the polling seriously. I'm looking at trending for early voting and mail-in ballots. And yesterday, they just dropped the new Pennsylvania total.
Yep.
And Pennsylvania Democrat ballots that have been returned are it's like 388,000. I mean, the Republicans are 105 or something like that. So it's a decent margin. But boy, 3 weeks out, less than 3 weeks out.
That's why the Democrats are freaking out. It's why she's going outside of her comfort zone.
Wait, Democrats are freaking out what? Because of the early
because of all of the above. Their internal polling.
Well, that's
because
for sure.
of what you're saying.
Yeah, they've publicly said that.
Because Republicans are energized. The bottom line here, the reason she's going on with Charlemagne, the reason that she's going on with Fox News, I just think they are freaked out.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. If her internals were better, she never shows up on Fox News.
Agreed.
Just no way. Yep. And I know Brett Baer is going to be it's not going to be lollipop land like if she was on CNN, but she's also not going into, the Sean Hannity show or the Jesse Waters show or Laura Ingraham.
You don't think it's calculated that she's going for the 158,000 Pennsylvania residents Republicans who voted for Nikki Haley?
Absolutely. I think that's part of it.
Absolutely.
And that's why she's bringing Republicans with her to Bucks County this afternoon.
Yes.
Agreed. Yes.
Yeah. She's got Liz Cheney. Liz. Ooh, that's a big endorsement.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, she definitely is trying to cater and placate to those, anti-Trump Republicans. No doubt about it.
But it is. See, I look at it differently, Dawn. I'm seeing that the mail-in ballots so far are it's going to end up. There's going to be like a 400,000 vote discrepancy between the Democrats and Republicans.
And Athens said that yesterday. That's the sweet spot if it gets to 400K.
And that's not a great place to start on Election Day.
No,
I'm just saying if you're 400,000 in the hole.
Georgia, for what it's worth, probably the second most important swing state. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution said yesterday more than 300,000 Georgians cast a ballot on the first day.
Yep,
300,000.
Do you look at that as a good sign for Trump?
I hope it is.
I'd love to know how many of those were Republicans. That's the easiest way to answer it, but yeah.
Honest to God, guys. Honest to God, I'm just I'm gonna needle. Do you think more Republicans are doing mail-in
I
voting?
have to believe from a percentage
When
point
years
of
everybody said it's corrupt and we can't do it.
I have to believe from across the nation, regardless of state, whether it's swing state or not swing state, whether it's PA, Georgia, or a state that's already been determined because it's historically blue or red, there has to be a higher of registered Republicans. This is how I'll answer it. Of registered Republicans in the United States of America, that percentage will be higher this time around than it was in the last election as far as mail-in ballots, early voting. I don't know what that percentage is.
Well, I'm jumping around here a little bit, but I wanted to, because this kind of piggybacks off of what we're talking about. Mark Halperin, the water cooler humper, was on with Tucker Carlson, and it's these bedfellows now is just odd to me. Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney are now on the Democrat side. Mark Halperin is now going on Tucker Carlson. It's upside down.
It is upside down land.
It's upside down land.
I love it.
But he suggests that, and look, you can't take away Halperin's info. He had the Biden dropping out to the day and almost the time exactly before anybody else did, and everybody called him, stupid for saying it.
Would you agree? I mean, some people have labeled him as probably the guy with more sources and accurate details than anybody else. Would you subscribe to that?
Look, I never really paid him much mind, aside from the fact that he sexually harassed his colleagues.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I kind of overlooked him. But when he said that, I saw that. I was like, that's interesting. Let's see if he's correct. And when he was correct, it did make me take a closer look at him.
Okay.
This is Cut 17, Phil. Mark Halperin suggests that Trump will set records with black men in this election. Cut 17, go.
The other day we had on, just by coincidence, we didn't book them, 2 young black men, both live in Manhattan, or live in New York City, both of whom explained extraordinarily well why they're for Trump and why they don't like the Democratic Party. And they were listened to respectfully, and liberals could ask them questions. That just doesn't exist anywhere else.
No, it doesn't.
So
I got to say that's consistent with my personal experience of black men specifically. Yeah. Not that I'm around black men all the time, but actually fairly regularly.
Yeah.
Don't know that many black men who are Republicans, but I know 0 black men who are liberals.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I met one.
Yeah.
Is that seems like a trend?
If the anecdotal is even close to true, Trump will break the record among support from black men. I mean, he'll smash it if the anecdotal is close to true. It's all over social media. It's all over my platform. It's all over every story I hear. And part of it, I'll give you a couple of elements of this I think is important. Part of it is Trump has always had appeal with kind of a macho, rich, pretty wife thing.
Yeah.
Has that. But it's also, this example of biased coverage. The press says when Trump says some young black men identify with him and their parents because he's been persecuted, the press says that's racist. My experience is just true. They get the fact that the legal system comes after people unfairly. And if it can happen to Trump, it can happen to them. And it has happened to them and their family and their communities. And then lastly, the failure of liberals to make life in cities for poor kids better is also a massive scandal. Another scandal is that the Republican Party hasn't done anything to capitalize on it and create competition to be mayors of these cities.
For sure.
But when Trump says, I'm for criminal justice reform and I'm for fixing schools and I'm for creating more economic opportunity, he did criminal justice reform. The other stuff, his record is spotty, but he's saying, as he said in 2016 when people mocked him, what do you have to lose? These young black men say, the Democratic Party offers nothing to me.
You all right?
Oh.
Nothing.
Okay. I thought there was more. I'm looking at the feed.
I
sorry about that.
I cut it off because I thought it was going too long.
Okay.
No, I think if you look at this and you listen to them, and the polls are, by all accounts, very close between these two. And I think that when you look at the polling and the comments from men in particular who've been beaten up, but even her big announcement they unrolled just within the past 36 hours on their website, with the Harris website, we're going to give black men, we're going to give them money, we're going to give them this and that. Hopefully, obviously that's not constitutional, and that would be overturned by courts if you just said, everybody else, women and every other group, we're not going to give you this money, only black men. But it's pandering, and I think it's taken as a little bit demeaning and disrespected.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I was just going to say that, when we had Athen on yesterday and I hit him with the rapid fire questions of different demographics with Trump, and he did say 18% is a ball game set match for the election. But going back to what Halperin is saying, that he thinks that Trump could set the record, I would need to know what the record is percentage-wise.
Well, here's
is the record 13%?
So I'm glad we're all talking about this because this is Catan, Phil. Harry Anton had new statistics about how Kamala Harris is performing with white women. And if you look what's in this stat, they show it up there, 15% is the percentage of black males that vote.
Okay.
It's a really small percentage, guys. So
Okay.
I'm just telling you that, like, it is, they're competing for a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the electorate.
Yep.
So,
But it shows you that Trump takes nothing for granted, and he is everywhere.
Well, that's why you shouldn't take anything for granted. I mean, last election, 3 states, 44,000 votes to determine it. I would actually argue, because we've talked about PA and Georgia a lot, I would argue the 3 most important counties for this election are Northampton County, Bucks County, and Fulton County, Georgia. And now you're going to say, well, Kamala is going to steamroll in Fulton County. Yes, Kamala Harris and Democrats are going to always win Fulton County, I would presume, unless history tells me otherwise, and maybe a Republican won Fulton County in the past that I'm unaware of. But how much, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the smallest sliver of a smallest fraction. Well, if now again, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if Joe Biden took Fulton County 4 years ago by 92%, and now all of a sudden Kamala takes it by 87%. Well, okay, that's still a massive landslide for Kamala, but that 5% drop off could be the way to swing the state in the favor of Trump.
all right, so this is Harry Anton yesterday on CNN. New polling shows that Kamala Harris is performing better than any Democratic candidate for president in the 21st century amongst white women.
White women.
White women, which is, by the way, guys, the highest group that votes.
And it's also Trump's biggest vulnerability.
Cut 10, go.
Take a look here. The GOP's margin among white women. Look, Romney won him by 9, all right? Trump in 2016 won him by 6. You go back 4 years ago, Trump won him by 7. Look now. Look how much lower Trump's margin is among white women. Look, he still leads, but it's well within the margin of error. It's just a point. He's doing 6 points worse than he did 4 years ago. In fact, he's doing the worst, if this holds, for a GOP candidate this century among white women, John.
Well, how much do white women matter in the electorate?
So this is the whole thing, right? How much do they matter? If you were to break it down, white women, white men, women of color, men of color, white women make up the plurality of the electorate, 36%. So, yesterday we were talking about those massive gains that Donald Trump was making among black men, black women. But the bottom line is they actually make up a considerably smaller portion of the electorate than white women do. So when we're talking about 5-6 point shifts, 7 point shifts in Kamala Harris's direction, we're talking about that among a major part of the electorate, and that can actually move the overall electorate more than ginormous shifts among a considerably smaller part of the electorate.
You can just
John.
do the math. More than double the impact, depending on how it all spaces itself out.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, as I've been saying, I think the biggest liability for Donald Trump is single white suburban liberal females, ones that are, somebody that doesn't have a child, things like that. My mother-in-law has children, obviously, but I mean, people like my mother-in-law are his biggest weak spot. But one last thing, my biggest question would be, why has Trump gone down from 6-7% to 1%? Is that simply because his opponent is a female?
No.
Is that Stormy Daniels? That story?
It's
Is that
abortion, dude.
Well, yes.
That's what
I was getting there. Yeah, but
Excuse me.
reproductive
rights.
Was it? Yeah, and obviously rhetorical question. I get it. I think it is because of Roe v. Wade, which is what again, we've been saying on this show. And Greg, I know you talk about it. I talk about it. I mean, you look at Republicans' track record in elections since June of 2022. It's not good, folks.
Later on in that clip, he does say that the majority of white women, and the reason is because of abortion.
Mm-hmm.
So I know everybody poo-poos it. Everybody's like, it's the economy. It's the economy. Okay. Not for a certain group. It's not. I'm just saying.
Right.
That could determine this election.
And you're right. And that's just it. I think what the Democrats are worried about is that younger women, those first-time voters, and as well college age, are they energized during this race? Are they energized about this issue? And so that's the real question here. Because if women like your mother-in-law come out, well, they're expected. We know that, right? That's the bite that you aired a couple weeks ago with Kellyanne Conway, that you know what that looks like. The question is, if you have one group that's energized and then you have de-energized or poo-pooed one group, and that I don't see that, the women who are, like I say, first-time voters, those 18, let's say to 25, 27 years old, that range I'll put in a larger demo, I don't see them as engaged. I don't. That's just what I personally see.
Well, when it comes to women, and it'll air today because it was taped in the last day or so, Trump's got a golden opportunity. Is he going to sway a lot of people? Probably not. But, in an election where every single vote matters, 11 o'clock today during the Dawn Show on Fox News, Trump, Harris Faulkner in a women's town hall. And how he comes off and projects and what he says substance-wise might impact some women.
I doubt it.
You never know. I mean, I have no idea. But here's what we have to ask ourselves. Of that 36% of the electorate of white women that make up the majority or the top percentage of voters, where does abortion rank on their top priority list? Now, if it's the number one issue, Trump's dead in the water. If it's like the fifth biggest issue and they're mad at Trump, but they say at the end of the day, I need my economy to be better. I need my grocery bills to be better. I need my kitchen table issues to be addressed more than what he did to tick me off with Roe v. Wade. Maybe they still vote for him. You have to ask these women, that 36% of white women, where does abortion rank in your top 3, your top 5, your top 10? If it's way at the top, he's cooked with that person, that specific female. If it's lower down on the totem pole, maybe he's got a shot.
Well, because women here, because Pennsylvania is the key, right? So women here in Pennsylvania, I think, are less energized with the issue because they're confident that it's in the state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it's not as big an issue as other states, right? And so it's not in the headlines as much. Maybe they'll put it in the headlines more. I don't know. But I just wonder if that's a piece of it. And then you look at the fact that here in Pennsylvania, I will tell you what everybody's affected by. Our PICO bill on average last year was $1,000 a month.
Oh, don't get me started.
My PICO bill, $1,000 a month. And that's on average. That is crazy. We pay more for our power bills, about 45% more than that's how much our bills have gone up. 45%, but we pay more than most people in the nation.
Yep.
So if you can't pay your power bill, if you can't pay your grocery bill, I don't care who you are, and you look at all the polling that's been done with women, and this is to Greg Stocker's point, abortion, yes, it's in the top 5, but it's not the number 1 or number 2 issue.
Yeah, you're right. And I guarantee
So they say.
There's a lot of people out there that I think, to your point on the PICO and the energy bill, a lot of people saying, what are we going to do this month? Are we going to do a couple of strip steaks and ribeyes on the grill next Saturday, or are we going to have the air conditioning run for the next 10 days? You decide, kiddies.
David Axelrod, who has been, you can say what you want to about him, but he has been critical of the Democrats, even though he helped get Obama elected in 2008. He says Georgia breaking records for the first day of early voting is more encouraging for Democrats than it is Republicans. Cut 16, go.
At that Trump rally in Atlanta. I want to go to David Axelrod out front now. So, David, when you look at this, record smashed, and, maybe some people who would have cast a mail-in 4 years ago now are choosing to vote early. No matter how you look at it, though, these are huge numbers. These are big numbers. These are people turning out. These were lines. And you heard Kristen say how the Trump campaign says that they think this could be good for them, but you see it as a good sign for Harris.
Well, yeah, I think, look, you have to analyze where the turnout is. If it's uniform across the state, it means one thing. If it's concentrated in the Atlanta area, probably another. But generally, even with this new emphasis on early voting, Trump had so conditioned Republican voters to vote on Election Day that they're trying to rip out the wiring now and get them to behave differently. So I think there will be a greater participation of Republicans in early voting, but the degree of it, I don't know. And you'd have to assume, without the more in-depth analysis, that this is more encouraging to Democrats than to Republicans.
Could very well be the case, and probably likely is from a raw number standpoint. I would like to know, we've seen a lot of these today in history type things. Kellyanne Conway has been, posting polling numbers today in history compared to 20 versus 16. I would just like to see the percentage of registered Republicans in 20 during the pandemic. Go back to the Hillary Clinton election, the percentage of registered Republicans. And it's not like Trump and Laura Trump and Michael Whatley of the RNC have just all of a sudden embraced early mail-in votes and ballots like in the last month or two. I mean, they've been hammering this message for close to a year now. So I'm going to try to be a little more optimistic, but yes, it definitely favors Democrats because there's just going to be hard-headed Republicans that are just not going to they're not going to make the adjustments that are necessary.
In the going back to the Charlemagne the That God and Vice President Kamala Harris interview yesterday, that was, by the way, CNN live streamed it. It was live on CNN at like 5 o'clock yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah. It was
5 o'clock in the morning?
No, 5 o'clock at night. 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I thought Charlemagne was a morning show.
He is, but this was a special thing that they broadcast for all iHeart stations.
Okay.
In the afternoon or evening.
Oh, so this didn't air on iHeart stations in morning drive like normal.
I'm sure they're airing it this morning.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But I think it aired on a lot of iHeart stations yesterday if you chose to air it.
So like when Odyssey does like the mental health episode,
we have to air those.
We air those. Yeah. So that's basically what this was, where they all like I changed their programming in afternoon drive.
I don't know that, but okay. I think it was they had the option to put it out there. I would assume that like the iHeart station that Dawn's husband works for, I'm assuming they didn't, but I don't know. Do you know if
I have no idea.
WOR did or not?
Who does afternoon drive on that station?
Hannity.
Oh yeah, they could easily kick that off. I thought they were local.
But Charlemagne the THA God, it's the Breakfast Club. So that show though is syndicated, right? So
yeah, I do think it is picked up across.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know much about it, but I have to imagine that's carried. It's probably like the Steve Harvey show. It's probably syndicated all throughout different markets.
Yeah, it is.
So she talked yesterday about reparations.
All right, so we've got forgivable loans,
buying
student
votes,
loan bailouts, reparations. Just buy your acceptance.
We're gonna buy your votes. Yeah. Cut 7, Phil. Go.
My question to you is, what's your stance on reparations? We all know that America became great, off the backs of free black labor.
Wow.
How progressive are you on making it a priority and righting America's wrongs? It's understood that you are running for president for all people of America. Mm-hmm. Asking for specifics for black communities doesn't mean don't do for others, but black Americans are heavily asked to vote Democrat in every election for over half a century with very little in return. What are your plans to address these very important issues and change that narrative?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Zeke.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for your work. So to your point, yes, I am running to be a president for all Americans. That being said, I do have clear eyes about the disparities that exist and the context in which they exist, meaning history, to your point. So my agenda, well, first of all, on the point of reparations, it has to be studied. There's no question about that. And I've been very clear about that position.
Studied.
In terms of my immediate plan, I will tell you a few of the following. One, as it relates to the economy, which is a lot of what you have addressed. Look, I grew up in the middle class.
There we go.
Oh my God! Raised me and my sister, and by the time I was in high school, she was able to afford our first.
Oh, there it is.
So it has to be studied, and I grew up in the middle class. That's the answer.
Yep. I tell you what,
which is a no.
All these harebrained ideas come from California. How many times have we heard these reparations, and then it's just, again, it's nothing more than pandering to a group of people to buy a vote because it's not plausible. And also, my consistent take on this is, if you were not impacted directly by slavery, stop. You're not getting a handout. You were born in 1997. You don't even know how good you have it, Skippy. And especially in this day and age of identity politics, stop. It's ridiculous. And by the way, I actually think some black people, and I can't speak for everybody, I can't speak for any black person because I'm not black, but if I was a black person and I pay attention to politics like I do, I would be insulted by that because, wait a minute, you always say every election cycle you're going to do something for my community. And people take the bait, right? We just had a long conversation about Sherelle Parker this morning in the 6:15 news, right? And I think now more than ever, I think this is why Trump will do better than he did in 2020 and 2016 with black voters, because they're tired of being taken advantage of and used as a political pawn. Not all of them. And look, some people are going to be like, you know what? If I can get a handout, take it. But God bless you. Knock yourself out. I need the money. But I do think it is insulting, and I think more people are coming along to that. It's not a majority, but I do think it's a gradual. We talked about it in the big take today. Themes and trends, not just one-off random samples, but a shift in dynamics. And I think some of these clips that we see, and I know it's social media, and I know it's not representative of society at large, but I do think that groundswell is slowly percolating. It's like the old coffee pot. This is.
I always look for, there's a story in Axios, I think it's within the last couple of days, where they talk about 4,000 Philadelphians who list homeless shelters in the city as home, and it's their primary residence to register to vote. The deadline, by the way, is this Monday. And so those kind of headlines in places like Philadelphia do concern me a little bit. I'm just going to be honest that anybody in a homeless shelter lists the homeless shelter as their home and they can register to vote. I just want to make sure. To me, I look at this and I think, oh my God, I hope that they have ID and proof of citizenship. I'm just saying. 4,000 Philadelphians.
Wow.
So homeless shelters are the latest places. And we've seen these reports all across the country where they're doing fact checking to something that you guys said earlier about, different states going through and just looking through and ensuring that the voter rolls are legit and transparent and updated. Mm-hmm. In places like Pennsylvania, is that happening?
Yep.
And across the country, is somebody's home address home? And if they're in a big homeless shelter, are they showing a proof of citizenship?
Oh, I will be bringing my ID when I vote on November 5th in my little church in Bluebell. I will be going right up to
I'm not worried about you.
Miss Betty, I'm going to be like, I want you to see this ID, ma'am.
Miss Betty.
Miss
Right
Betty.
here. No, we've got your name, Mr. Cannon. I want you to see this.
By the way, we had the old Trump yesterday, the 2016 Trump, the 2015 Trump from the debates when he went after the editor-in-chief of Bloomberg, John Micklethwaite. Yeah. I don't know how you say his name. You played a few of these in the big take this morning, but I just want to go through some of this yesterday. On tariffs, he was really pressing him about tariffs, and Trump did a good job of firing back at him with some really funny one-liners. This is let's start here with cut 11. Phil, go.
And yes, you're going to find some people who will gain from individual tariffs. The overall effect could be massive in terms of the economy.
I agree it's going to have a massive effect, positive effect. It's going to be a positive, not a negative.
Well,
let me just I know how committed you are to this, and it must be hard for you to spend 25 years talking about tariffs as being negative and then have somebody explain to you that you're totally wrong. It'll have a negative. It will have. I'll go a step further.
40 million jobs is a lot of jobs to rely on trade.
They're all coming back.
Those are 40 million jobs in America that rely on trade.
Are you ready? John Deere, great company. They announced about a year ago they're going to build big plants outside of the United States, right? They're going to build them in Mexico.
And you threatened them with tariffs and they stopped.
That's right. I said, if John Deere builds those plants and not selling anything into the United States, they just announced yesterday they're probably not going to build the plants, okay? I kept the jobs here.
So, yeah, I thought this was two things. Number one, I thought Trump regained his fastball. If those were speculating, pondering on the left that, oh, Trump doesn't have the tenacity he used to have. He's a little more tired than he used to be. He had a senior moment in Oaks, PA, even though that's fake news, and ABC debunked that because of the medical issues of two people. I thought he really did come ready to spar with... let me give you his full name. Richard John Micklethwaite. Micklethwaite, previously from The Economist.
Sounds like an elitist, like one of the guys that we fought against.
Yeah. He's a history major from Oxford. Yeah, so this guy who's an editor and majored in history wants to lecture Trump in an interview where he should be asking questions. He wants to lecture Trump on the economy.
I'm sure some of my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents fought against some of the Micklethwaites.
Yeah, the Stalkers and Micklethwaites was a hell of a fight.
1776.
Yes.
This is the line though that I think is amazing. Cut 12 on tariffs and this guy constantly being wrong. Cut 12, go.
She came out. She just said the Green New Scam. She just named all these things.
But President Trump, the issue the markets are looking at the fact you are making all these promises. Latest one was car loans. You're flooding the thing with giving giveaways.
But we're going to grow.
I was actually quite kind to you. I used 7 trillion. The upper estimate is 15 trillion. People like the Wall Street Journal, who's hardly a communist organization,
yeah, but you don't know.
They have criticized you on this as well. You are running up enormous debts.
What does the Wall Street Journal know? I'm meeting with them tomorrow. What does the Wall Street Journal know? They've been wrong about everything. So have you, by the way. You've been wrong about
You're trying to turn this. You're trying to turn this.
You've been wrong about
You're trying to turn this into debate. There are business people.
But you're wrong. People. You've been wrong all your life on this.
Look at the hands. Look at the accordion hands going. You've been wrong the entire time about all this. By the way, as I mentioned in the big take, Kamala Harris was extended an invite to this. She declined. She was probably taping Charlemagne.
This is cut 13, going after the Fed chairman, Jerome Powell, who he did appoint, but he had a good line on this. Cut 13, go.
A very factual question. The Federal Reserve, you say you don't want interest rates to go higher. You've gone backwards and forwards about whether you want to keep Jerome Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve. His term as chair runs on to May 2026. Would you seek to remove or demote him?
Look, I think it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's see, flip a coin. And everybody talks about you like you're a god. Oh, what will he do? I mean, before, the guy used to walk into my office, he was like begging. He was fine.
But you did talk about you talked about removing him once.
I did because he was keeping the rates too high.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought you really thought he was on his A game, and I don't know if he expected to step into the hornet's nest. But this, to me, Dawn, when you watch and it's not like Trump was overly combative. He was just returning send to the guy who was serving the tennis ball in the match. Mm-hmm. This was shades of 8 years ago. This was also shades of 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, who do you believe out of the two of them? I mean, this is why when you look at the polling across the country, when Americans and focus groups are asked about the economy, who handles the economy better, it's not even close. When it's Harris or Biden, it's not even close. It's something like Trump gets in the 70s and Biden, Harris, if they're lucky, get in the 40s.
Mm-hmm. Cut 14, he went after Gavin Newsom. Cut 14, go.
How about this? Gavin Newsom, he's the governor of California.
Newsom.
He signed Newsom, I call him.
But do you think...
No, he corrected me. I said, that's the first time I've been corrected.
There are CEOs out here, if they said those sort of things about a rival CEO, they'd be sacked. Do you think it's fine for a president?
But they don't have to survive like me. They don't have to go through what I have to go through. There's never been a president that's been treated like me, so I have to fight my own way.
You made a...
Yeah, I got to say, for all the nicknames and all the pot shots, which are great, and I know some people love it, some people hate it, I actually, just based on my own personal temperament, he handles this way better than I could have.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never really had an explosion like my old man used to say, don't like when I would push his buttons as a kid, and he'd be patient, but boy, when he had enough, he'd let me know. He would say, don't make me blow my stack. I'll never forget that. Don't make me blow my stack. We don't blow stacks anymore in society. We're too scared to blow stacks. But like, if I was Trump after 8 years, I would have blown multiple stacks by now.
Well, and so think about what he just said, that he has to defend himself. He has to always be on the defense and the offense, and nobody has been put through what he has been put through. And that's why that ruling that is expected to come out by October 25th, which is a big day for us here and perhaps for Trump. But if that case is on appeal, is overturned with Tish James and Engelmoron and all of them, that's why I think of what Trump just said. Then he is vindicated. And all of the other, I think the public will look at this very differently when they read this ruling that says, wow, this was overstepping and $500 million fine. Are you kidding me? So, and also when I think about that, remember he had to get the bond for $175 million. You know, people don't just give you a bond for $175 million unless they know more. Right? Mm-hmm. Rich people aren't going to do that.
Right.
So that wasn't his money. I'm telling you that what happens on, October 25th or before with that appellate court is a big deal.
All right.
I'm going to mark this tape.
We'll see. 855.
Marking this tape.
839-1210. We got tape? Let's mark the tape. A man who grew up on tape, Tony Bruno.
Yep.
He's going to join us on the other side, the 8 o'clock hour, which will include Tony Bruno. Brought to you by United Tire. Do you need a pumpkin spice oil change? Heck no. It's the greatest read of all time, by the way.
I would go to United Tire just for that.
I know, just for the creative. Yep. I got to meet the guy that wrote this copy.
Yep.
But what you do need is the best price on name brand tires. United Tire is doubling every manufacturer's rebate. If tires have a manufacturer $100 rebate, you have $200. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Tony Bruno joins us next. But if you're going to drive and you've already swung by United Tire, well, you might as well just keep the road trip going and stop on out to the Piazza Auto Group, where right now you can test drive the brand new 2025 Honda Prologue. That's right, Honda's first all-electric SUV. With a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge, and a fast charge time, you can get back on the road right away, and you can cruise the roads worry-free. 3 different charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $279 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for all of your details. Tell them you want the Nick Kayal test drive. They'll know exactly what to do. Shop online anytime. PiazzaHonda.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
See Joe Conklin with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine at the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 2nd.
Joe is awesome. Wonderful. Excellent.
Show was awesome. Merrill Reese was really funny. I thought the Charles Barkley stuff that he did was funny.
I actually looked him up online. I was kind of scared.
Oh, I thought it was great. My cheeks are still hurting from laughing.
I just got here. I didn't say it, but I heard it was great.
That's Conklin with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine at the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 2nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Ocean cold and dark, I am the hungry shark, fast and merciless. But the only girl that could talk to him just couldn't swim. Tell me what's worse than this.
8:40 Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And we shift on down to the great state of Florida, where our man Tony Bruno is here, live, local, late breaking, prepared to break down the current recovery efforts in Florida. Tony Bruno, good morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me again today. I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in South Philadelphia, and my mom raised me, myself, and my two sisters, an immigrant mom in South Philly, sewing military uniforms at the quartermaster in South Philly. No, listen, everything's good here. We survived. But Comcast, it's not my style to criticize, as you know. But I better be getting my refund from Comcast Xfinity soon.
You are.
6 days without internet. The power company here, LCEC, and Governor DeSantis had all the trucks waiting, and the power was restored within 24 hours after that storm here in this area, which was hit. But there's a lot of areas in Florida, and people see all the damages, guys, and they see what's still going on in North Carolina. And the biggest problem, I think, that people don't address is that many people who move to Florida, have moved here for decades, move into these trailers or constructed homes that are sitting on top of cinder blocks, and they're in real peril when things go bad and when the storms come. And so I'm not blaming people for being poor, but when you're poor, you live in whatever you have available to you. And many of these people who have lost their homes and keep losing them, don't live in buildings that are up to code, which the hurricane standards now insist before you can get a permit to build in Florida. So that's one of the problems. A lot of these homes don't have hurricane windows that they have to now install when you're building a new home. So it's code, and it's people wanting to live in good weather. It's happening in California up in the woods where there's fires every year. People want to live where the weather's nice, and the weather's nice here. But the October surprise that I promised when I tweeted it out this morning on this program.
Yes.
I have the October surprise from Florida.
Oh, no.
The hurricane season, I am declaring it, just like the Punxsutawney Phil declares whether there's 6 more weeks of winter. I am declaring hurricane season is over here in Southwest Florida. And the other surprise is that it's not even, the days of 90-degree weather are over, finally. It's only going up to 84 today, and the low tonight, 69 degrees. So while I watch these people at the Yankee Stadium all bundled up now, playing baseball in the fall classics, I've still got the shorts on. I still go out with the tank top. Mm-hmm. But, the pool's getting a little cool now. We don't shut pools down here. But it's getting a little cold for me. I dip my toes in the pool, and I dip my toes in there, and I'm saying, hell no.
Nope. Not doing
I ain't going in that damn water.
Damn right, man. Time to cool off and dry inside, baby.
By the way, they have promised, Joni, that they're going to give you a full refund for that.
Oh, how about that?
They've released all those statements.
What are they going to get me, 5 days off?
You
know how much money I've, how losing internet, everybody talks about their cell phones. I still had cell phone service because of T-Mobile. But when you lose internet, you can't do anything. I even had, what I tried to do is, you make your phone a Wi-Fi hotspot, so that you can turn the TV on to see what the weather's saying. Mm-hmm. And then when you do that, you get throttled, and you can't. I was trying to watch, the Eagles game, and the Sunday ticket that I pay a lot of money for on YouTube TV. Eagles! And I watched that fiasco, and then I was yelling at Nick Sirianni all the way from Southwest Florida at the end of that game. And I think he was responding to me all the way.
He gave you the business, Tony. He flipped you off.
Yes, he did.
So I want to get to Trump and Kamala, but since you brought up the baseball and you brought up the football, I just want to get your thoughts quickly on this, and then we'll delve into the more important stuff. The Phillies yesterday, Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski come out, and they basically say, and I'm paraphrasing here, everything will remain status quo. We're going to run it back. No firings, no big trades, no big signings. We'll nibble around the edges. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that, and then also the Sirianni stuff with the way he gave it to the fans, and then tried to bring his kid out at the press conference. Your thoughts on both of the sports teams?
By the way, I'm concerned about Sirianni with that shaved head thing. How do we know he's not a white nationalist now? I believe that Eagle fans may be seeing. Maybe Nick Sirianni was in that Trump parade down in Jupiter with the rebel flags. Did you see those guys?
I did.
They had a boat parade this past weekend. And one boat had like Nazi flags in it. And of course, the mainstream media, MSNBC, they're all running with it. Look at these. This is what Trump supporters really are. Turns out that somebody was smart enough to actually look up the boat's registration number on the side and found out who owned the boat. I mean, you don't have to be Bob Woodward to write books about Nixon 50 years later. You have to be somebody who can look up a boat registration number on the side and figure out who owned the boat. But I don't know if you saw the video. The guy with the boat with the 3 engines in the back got in front of that guy with the Nazi flags and then lifted up the outboards just enough to give them a nice, clean, fresh shower over there on the east coast of Florida.
Yeah,
in
they
Jupiter.
splashed them. Yeah,
that's the way. That's the way you take care of business.
exactly.
And by the way, as far as the Phillies and the manager,
about my original question.
Not only are they bringing him back, they gave him another year extension. Listen, I don't think the manager is at fault here. I mean, yeah, he made some decisions that were dumb, but he had his ace had a lead 1-0. The bullpen blows up, and now you got all these guys that have to go, so they have to make decisions. And then you saw Whit Merrifield was on a podcast yesterday, wondering why the Phillies got rid of him when he was one of those contributors. So that's what happens when you keep bringing new guys in and out. Now the big story is the Phillies will go after Juan Soto, who's the stud for the Yankees and is a free agent. So you know what will happen here in Philadelphia and here in Florida and all the Phillies fans in Clearwater. They'll all be back in Clearwater come February, and it'll all start all over again because the Phillies are still going to be a good team.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that, and I said this last week, the bottom line is when you win the division, which the Phillies did and the Atlanta Braves did for 12 consecutive years, you get that week off, and the hot teams come in, and we saw it happen, in the American League and in the National League. The Padres got hot, but they couldn't finish off the Dodgers. The Mets got hot, finished off the Phillies, and now they're tied with the Dodgers in the National League Championship Series. So I think in baseball, you can't play simulated games after you play 162 games and still keep that sharp edge. And I think the Phillies went in, were out-coached, out-managed, out-hit, and out-maneuvered. And that happens, and I think that's, it was a disappointment. There's no doubt about it. Luckily, the Flyers started last night. They lost, but that Michov kid had 2 goals. So we'll move on to the next sport to make us happy in Philadelphia. And the Eagles, they got the Giants now, and we'll see what happens. Because, the NFC East could be the worst division in football.
Yeah,
and that's the advantage the Eagles have. We're not even at the halfway point of the season, and
true.
they're right in the thick of things.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The NFC North and actually might be the best division in football with a bunch of 4-2 or undefeated teams. Speaking of that, I wanted to get your thoughts on this because I know you look at betting odds, and you are once famously and will always be, in my opinion, Mr. Monday Night himself. You look at the betting odds, and Trump in the poly market odds yesterday got up to a 14-point margin. Later in the day, it was 16%. And now this morning, Trump has a 60-40, 20-point advantage over Kamala Harris. And I know we look at both things, Tony. We look at polls, we look at the betting odds. But the fact that Trump's up 20 is starting to scare the hell out of me. What do these sharp minds and these sharp gamblers know that we don't, that he's a 20-point favorite over Kamala Harris?
There's only one man that has the answer to that, and that, of course, is the man that is much maligned on the YouTube feed. My friend in the other room, who's getting ripped again on social media for having an opposing viewpoint. Where's the democracy here on 1210 WPHT? And you know who I'm talking about, the man who talks for FanDuel. I want to know what FanDuel is saying, and what are the odds, and what's the play today, and why do they call it the poly markets?
Yes.
What does poly have to do with anything?
Yeah.
Poly want a cracker? I mean, what's poly market? Where do they get this term poly markets? Is it polyester? I mean, what does it mean? Does anybody know what the term poly market
means? Many.
Yeah.
Many.
Yeah.
Many markets?
Yeah.
Like Polygon, Poly.
Look at this.
Thank you, Tony,
Thank
you, for sticking up for the much maligned Greg Stocker for saying anything out of the ordinary on a radio station like this. People are like, "Oh my God, my ears are bleeding! Holy crap! We need one point of view for 13 hours. What happens if we don't have that?" Ugh.
By the way, I got to say this about
it must be Soros.
I love his girl voice.
The desperation going on now with Kamala Harris and all these other people, and the pandering for the black vote, and everybody's talked about this. But the fact that the Morning Joes and then the View, and then Sonny Hostin is the one who really pretty much stuck a fork in Kamala Harris when she asked the question that got the worst answer ever. And now Sonny Hostin's out there telling everybody, well, the Democrats are still excited. Don't worry about the media's against Kamala Harris. The media's against Kamala Harris?
No.
So the same people who have helped bury Kamala Harris are now desperately trying to save her ass with 3 weeks to go. I literally cannot wait I don't like time to fly by, but I can't wait for this election to be over. I really can't. It's gotten to the point now where it's so absurd. And the media, and you know what, that's my biggest problem. It's not with the dopes on Twitter, and it's the people who think they know and don't know and never will, to quote the great Jim Mora. It's about the media every single day, every hour of every day, beating the drums to try to save Kamala Harris. And now you see the latest rating, the latest polls on media. The media is the rocket ship that came down and was grabbed by the arms from Elon Musk's gigantic SpaceX unbelievable story. Did you hear there's a Mexican version of that? Did you hear it?
No. Do you have tape?
You know where the SpaceX rocket came down? And then it was caught with the big arms and went around.
Mm-hmm.
That used to be, remember back in the day in the NFL when they used to have the big girl hug? Remember it was who was the running back up in Seattle? And he did the big girl hug whenever he would score a touchdown. Remember, he was on the cover of Madden.
Oh, Sean Alexander.
Sean Alexander. He was on the cover of Madden, not 05, 06, or 07.
No, you were in it
when
then.
I was featured.
Yeah, exactly.
As you well know.
Yes.
I'm in the game.
How could I forget?
I was in the game.
Yeah.
In the game. So, no, seriously, the back to the betting markets.
Yeah.
Can you go online? Does FanDuel have a is there a prop in FanDuel on the election right now?
I don't think any of the mainstream American-based sports books will take action on it. I think you have to do it and trade it offshore. I think there's one. It's called Kashla or Kasha or Kalshi. I don't know. It's something with a K.
By the way, with the betting markets too, if one person puts a $250,000 bet on Trump winning, that moves the market
absolutely
exponentially.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So if one.
So what does the line tell you then? You know, all these experts, that line's telling me something. Who will the sharps have? I mean, is that based on money bet? How is this poly market based? Is it based on money being placed on the candidates, or is it just we think more people are betting on Trump than Kamala Harris?
No, I think it's money. It's money being placed on.
I'm conflicted on it because I don't think that these odds makers are in the business.
I want action.
Yeah, exactly right.
I want some action. I haven't hit a parlay in 3 months. I gotta have something to win.
Tony, FanDuel.com/Greg. Thank you. Sorry.
I can't play it in Florida. I only can bet on Hard Rock down here.
Yeah.
Hard Rock's the only app that works in Florida.
That's a bad job that's a bad job out of DeSantis, and I got a bone to pick with Mr. Mustard. You don't have more sports books in Florida?
No, the problem is that the FanDuels and all the other companies lost the right to come here because they're still suing the state to try to get a piece of the Florida market.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. They want to be here.
Hell yeah,
but Hard Rock, because of the Indian casinos who run Hard Rock, the Seminole tribe, they made a deal with the state to allow their casinos to take bets. And Hard Rock's a worldwide company. So, but here in Florida, the only place you can bet legally is with a Hard Rock app, and that's what I have, because I still have DraftKings and FanDuel, but I can't use them here in Florida.
It's an outrage.
So I give DeSantis credit for at least having some legal gambling
We
here.
need more, Tony. I need at least 3 more.
Duty. I do too. I want action, and that's what people want.
Exactly.
They want action. As the great, who was it that sang the song, I love the nightlight, I want a boogie to the disco ride? Who did that song now?
I don't know, but if it happened today, Phil will cover it at 9:50 for today's music history. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Bruno's going to stick around for a couple more minutes into the 9 o'clock hour. A couple other things I want to get Tony's thoughts on. By the way, we have to play this clip for Tony because, as you know, there's 2 things about Bruno. Number 1, he is Mr. Monday Night. And number 2, nobody on God's green earth.
I thought that was Rob Van Dam.
Well, that was for wrestling.
Okay.
This is for sports.
He stole that from me.
He did. He stole that
from me.
Exactly.
Sorry.
But nobody hates the Cowboys more than Tony Bruno. And Jerry Jones. I think this is an Odyssey-owned station.
100% it is, yes.
Okay. He went off on the sports radio station in Dallas yesterday for questioning his ownership. This will actually go back to our big take on information and the way the media tries to control the narrative and how the powerful elites want to craft the narrative. I'm going to play this clip of Jerry Jones scolding radio hosts for asking a tough question and get Bruno's thoughts on the other side. We'll do that after this. 9 o'clock hour is next.
But I want you to come away with me on another great escape. Yes, this time not southern Italy, but this is paradise, the Italian Riviera, on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. I hope you join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yes, it includes your airfare. $53.78. Dining events at wineries in Tuscany. I can't wait. You got to do this. Visiting an authentic farm just to see how the Parmesan cheese is crafted by hand. Call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down. You'll see my picture and the full description, and it's incredible. Hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, yes, Michelangelo's Florence, and Milan. We're going to conclude on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s a part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to providing pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Carol. She says triglycerides are at an all-time low and increase my well-being, while joint pains and muscle aches have decreased too. People like Carol have trusted Rescue with their health goals, and now it's your turn. For a limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code OMEGA50, OMEGA50, to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Georgia rain just kissed my lips. I live for moments like this.
Oh, we always live for moments like this. Tony Bruno, unscripted, unedited, right off the cuff, letting it rip, as he always does. 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, enjoy special offers across the entire Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs like the GLB, the GLC, and more. Find your Mercedes your way from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Mercedes-Benz of Wilmington, or Mercedes-Benz of Atlantic City, and check them out today. Tony Bruno continues with us live from Florida. Just two more for you, Tony, and I know I mentioned Jerry Jones. We'll get to his interview in a moment. But today in the media, it's kind of like upside down land. We're going to have Donald Trump on with Harris Faulkner on Fox News, and he's doing a town hall with all women voters. And then Kamala Harris makes her first and only appearance on Fox News. She'll be on with Brett Baer at 6 o'clock tonight. And then out in podcast land, everybody is saying that Trump's going on the Joe Rogan podcast and Kamala Harris is contemplating doing the same. Does any of this matter here in the next 20 days before the election, or is this all optics and lip service?
I don't think it matters. If you haven't made up your mind by now, you're not going to make up your mind. I mean, you see the desperation of Kamala Harris. Brett Baer's taken a lot of flack. In fact, Charlemagne the God reposted the interview, and people are now looking at the replies when that thing was going live. And the thing about Kamala Harris, apparently she only works at 5 p.m. because Brett Baer is taping Kamala Harris at 5 o'clock because Brett Baer and Fox apparently say that's the only time she can do it. So she can only do Charlemagne the God at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and she can only do Brett Baer pre-taped at 5 o'clock. But apparently Brett Baer is saying that he's not going to be edited. And he's asking people what questions he should ask. And so, we'll see what happens there. But right now, I mean, this is desperation. She hated Fox News. She wouldn't do a Fox debate. Now she's claiming that Trump is afraid and he doesn't want to go out. I mean, we're now in crazy land, crazy town. The stuff that's being thrown out there now is absolute nonsense. The one thing that Trump did yesterday that I think really quashes all of this nonsense about what happened at Oaks there up at the convention center. You know where the Oaks Convention Center is. I mean, it's a great spot. And the media was saying, he lost his mind. He was up there for 39 minutes. He didn't know what to do, and he's dancing like an idiot. That's been debunked. ABC News even debunked it. Yep. But the fact that Kamala Harris only seems to work from 5 to 6, and she's not doing anything. Trump's out there. That was a masterclass yesterday at that economic forum in Chicago. Could you imagine Kamala Harris sitting down for 5 minutes with an economist?
Nope.
A room full of people who hate Trump, and then they get a standing ovation because he gives this guy an economics lesson with facts and basically mop the floor with this Brit. So to me, anybody who thinks Trump doesn't have anything left, that was a masterclass. And while Trump bloviates when he gets on these rally speeches and he starts going and repeating himself, when he sits down one-on-one and you watch it with all of his meetings, whether it's Bussin' with the Boys, he goes on all these podcasts and has fun with the host. No scripted questions, no teleprompters, not the same thing over and over and over again. And that's what, to me, where I think if anybody's still thinking Kamala Harris can run this country, then you need your head examined.
I would
and
agree.
you get what you deserve.
Damn
but the
right.
bottom line is, even Joe Biden at the last minute's out there still trying to rip Trump after they threw him under the bus. So to me, it's all noise now. If you haven't made up your mind, you're probably not even going to vote. So to me, it's a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
And we love no-brainers when it comes to sports talk and regular talk, right?
Exactly. Speaking of that.
Wants to use their brain. Yes.
Yeah. Speaking of that.
Jerry Jones.
Yeah, this was on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, which is the basically the WIP of Dallas with Odyssey.
Right.
And boys, this is, I believe, clip K2. So Jerry Jones taking a lot of heat. And you say, well, why are you playing this, Nick? This is not a sports show. No, but this goes back to the big take this morning where I said we are in an information war in this country with social media, mainstream media, and polling. This would be considered mainstream media. But it goes to the point of Kamala Harris. She doesn't want to have to answer the tough questions. Democrats don't want to answer the tough questions. Meanwhile, Trump goes out and gets, bombarded every day. He goes to Bloomberg. He's hit up in his head 5 different ways this Sunday. And kudos to these sports radio hosts in Dallas asking the owner of the Dallas Cowboys the tough questions. And here's the ridiculous response. Talking about elitists that want to control the narrative. Listen to Jerry Jones and Tony Bruno. I want to get your thoughts on this. K2, go ahead, boys.
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay? Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is buy the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not at the time.
Wow. Tony Bruno, this really reeks of the elitist telling the media, which is an extension of the fan base, or in politics, me or Dawn or Greg or you asking a politician, why did you fail to deliver on said policies? Because your voters and constituents would like some answers, but they don't get to ask you this question. Tony Bruno, you're a journalist. This was so disrespectful. And again, it feels to me like the 1% saying, don't question us, we'll take care of it.
Well, this is what's wrong with not just politics. I mean, politics is always nonsense. But when Jerry Jones owns the team and he decides which radio station is going to have his rights, which are the most important rights in all of sports in Texas. I mean, the Cowboys are the franchise, they're the most expensive franchise in sports. And listen, I'm not defending Jerry Jones. The guy just doesn't like to delegate. He doesn't like to put anybody in charge. He doesn't have a GM. He does it all, and he's got his sons helping him. That's his right as the owner. And then he goes on because the people are upset, and he's telling the radio station, I'll just get another radio station if you guys aren't going to kiss my ass.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. And that's why when you listen to local sports broadcasts now, they have to kiss the rights holder's ass. They have to kiss WIP's ass, the Eagles do, because they know that that's the station that has the rights. And when you go too hard on the organization, the ownership has a decision to make to move the team to another radio station. That's the difference between politics. I mean, now we know most of the media is in the tank for the Democrats. You turn on MSNBC, CNN, they're trying to prop up the most important job in the world to a woman who couldn't run a 7-Eleven. Now, but Dallas Cowboy fans, no, they don't like Jerry Jones, but they want him to win a Super Bowl. And the bottom line is, when you own a team and you give the rights, not just give, you take a lot of money and have commercials every 15 seconds during a game to pay for those rights fees, then you as the boss can say, I don't like the way you're treating me, I'll go somewhere else. That's the reality of sports now. You cannot criticize the team. Local broadcasters work for the team, not for the radio station. And that's what Jerry Jones is saying here. Listen, you know me, I'm not a Cowboy fan. I think Jerry Jones is an idiot for not hiring people to help run the organization. So that's the bottom line, is that, Jerry's 82 years old. He saw his team get absolutely disgraced on national television, 0-3 at home in a division that's easy to win, and his team is underachieving again. So an 82-year-old man feeling the heat, he's got more money than God, and I don't know how much money God really has. Has anybody ever tried to figure out what he would be worth right now?
Well, and does inflation impact God? I need to know that.
I know it impacts the Pope, who, by the way, should be run out of there by the end of the week. If the Pope's not run out, Dawn, when you go back to Italy, your mission is to go to the Vatican, tear down those walls, and let the Catholic Church and the Pope bring in every refugee and live right there, right inside.
That's
Get
right.
the stinking Roman guards out of there. Mm-hmm. Just say, hey, Pope, you want everybody to come in? Come on in. Take over the Vatican. See how that works out for you.
Yeah. I just found it interesting that this is two guys asking the pertinent question, and Jerry Jones is basically saying, hey, this is state-run media. Don't ask me that tough question on the radio, you knucklehead. I'll replace you with a puppet. That's what the way it came off to me, where I'm like, well, wait a minute. This is censorship.
Absolutely. But that's what happens when you own a team that's worth billions of dollars, and you don't like the way your radio station is handling you. That's the world we live in sports. Mm-hmm. It's still a business, and it still has to be run a certain way. But it's not like the government. The government isn't even run by people. It's run by bureaucrats. Yeah. Jerry Jones runs the Cowboys. He owns the Cowboys. I don't like the Cowboys. I don't like the way he handled that. But, he's talking to the fans. He's using that station to talk to the fans. All these coaches and all of these GMs, they have radio shows. They get paid. Buddy Ryan used to come on with me because when I was at WCAU 1210 back in the 90s, he was paid to be on my show every Monday morning. He didn't like doing it. Mm-hmm. I asked him the tough questions. He answered the questions, and we moved on. So that's what happens in the world when rights holders basically are told what to do, what to think, and what to say.
Exactly. Tony Bruno, breaking it down as only Tony Bruno can. Thank you so much for the time, buddy. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Hey, good night, everybody. Go Eagles!
Yes.
Woo!
Go Eagles. The Eagles. Yes. Tony Bruno with us live from Florida. Yeah, I just want to spend a few more moments here on that Jerry Jones thing. I mean, that to me is so outrageous. Again, that is Jerry Jones trying to bully broadcasters into not calling him out and challenging him on a tough question. And then he has the audacity to sit there and say, no, we're not going to do this over the radio. You want to come to our conference room and join me for a meeting? I would have challenged him and said, okay, Jerry, tell me what time and when, and you can tell me how you plan to fix this. And I'm going to bring it back to politics. If Trump loses in a landslide, the GOP and the RNC need to have their feet held to the fire. because there is no way on God's green earth they should get smoked by Kamala Harris. And if they lose, and they lose convincingly, like the Cowboys did to the Detroit Lions at home 47-9, there's going to be a lot of tough questions. There's going to be these come to Jesus moments for the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is going to have to, and this goes to the audience as well. You're going to have to ask yourself, what do you envision the party to be in the future? But just to get back to the media stuff as well, this would be like our bosses saying, I don't want you to ask the tough questions or talk about this controversial subject. We haven't on this show, and to my knowledge on this station, we haven't avoided the elephant in the room that many of you tweet us about consistently and almost obsessively. We've talked about it on the air. Heck, we've mentioned the person by name. We don't run from that. And as somebody, especially, now look, in sports radio, having worked in it, you don't have the rights to free speech in the First Amendment. I've worked in Nashville where we had to kiss the hockey organization's keister. It made me want to throw up. I mean, I moved to the South because I wanted to talk college football, not hockey, right? So, and I would say the same thing here. Like, if we're ever told that something is off limits, well, then we're not being transparent with you as our brand of free speech lives here. So this whole media censorship, again, to bring it back to the big take, it's about controlling the narrative and controlling information. And that is the thing that I think Elon Musk has upset the apple cart with. Donald Trump has upset the apple cart with, because these legacy media companies and these good old boys on either side of the party, Republican or Democrat, like Jerry Jones, they're just used to having their butts kissed and making a gazillion dollars and being, king ding-a-ling, and they don't like it when somebody gets up in their grill. So I give those Dallas hosts, I think, started to put their tail between their legs, and they also sounded like they were 19 years old. I'm not sure what that's about. But at least they asked the tough questions. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what the mainstream media doesn't do. Nobody ever grills Kamala Harris. Nobody ever grills Joe Biden. Like, those people are scared of Peter Doocy and Jackie Heinrich of Fox News because they don't want to get hit with the tough questions. And all these people that are like, oh, well, Trump he's getting a little brittle in his older years. Did you watch the entire thing yesterday in Chicago for Bloomberg? And what is it about Chicago as a city? Every time Trump steps foot in the Windy City, he's catching strays. If it's not from the NABJ, it's from the British dude from Bloomberg. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris is talking about reparations with Charlemagne the God on basically an infomercial for iHeartRadio. Give me a break with this. I'm so tired of the people that are like, somebody has to explain this to me. Dawn, Greg, I'll get your thoughts as well. What is so difficult about facing tough questions? Like, these people act like, oh, God, I can't do it, or how dare you approach me on that subject? It's a question. Answer it. If you want to lie, lie. If you want to deflect, if you want to spin, if you want to be a politician, do all of that. If you want to be completely honest and brutally honest and admit your flaws, do it. I never understood the concept of being afraid of confrontation when somebody challenges you on something you've done or said. Just own it.
I think Kamala Harris is the vice president's current biggest problem is that when you hear that interview, that interaction on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God, who's, hugely listened to, huge hip hop type podcast and broadcast and so on and so forth. What strikes me is that no matter where you stand politically, when she starts talking about an issue like reparations, which for many Americans, a certain sect of Americans, this is a big issue. They've discussed it here in Philadelphia and talked about this. So it's an issue. It's a thing. Does she even sound like she's sincere, like she cares, like she's thought about it? Her answer was basically, this deserves study. Like, I could give a more authentic, do you know what I mean? Like, Yeah,
what does that mean? Is she going to go like dark for 5 days and go into a lab and study all the notes?
Study?
It means you ain't getting
it means
Jack S.
I haven't thought about it. I don't care about it. She could have said, look, this is a stain on the soul of America, which is, I believe, the truth. That's what the whole slavery issue, it's a stain and it's a sinful stain on our nation and our soul.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of thing I expected, a real leader to say, because it is. So now, how do you deal with this? How do you atone all of that and make it right for individuals?
Yeah.
So that's the way to talk about it. But she to me, I thought she seemed like maybe she was even surprised by the question.
Mm-hmm.
If she got these questions in advance, wow, that even makes it worse for me.
Oh, to me, there's no doubt that first question that we played from a caller was absolutely staged.
The one about reparations was a listener question too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
there's no question. Look, I've been on the other end of this. I worked for a radio show that interviewed Obama in 2009 or 2000 and I don't remember when he was in office, and we had listeners ask questions. We had them pre-screened. So it 100% happens. I know it happens. We didn't have them screened with the White House, but we knew the questions ahead of time that the listeners were going to ask. Meaning that, you can ask these questions because maybe we don't feel comfortable doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. And, if you say in general, we've all done these interviews. We've been on, Dawn, I'm sure you've been a guest on somebody else's show. It's nice to know, generally speaking, what's going to come your way. Hey, I'm going to, and we'll keep it political here. I'm going to hit you on the economy, immigration, wars, inflation, and energy. Is that cool? Yep, no problem. And now, if all of a sudden you come out of the woodwork with a DUI question about 1995, that's a little, I don't want to say out of line, but you're kind of catching me off guard. But you know what? You should always, when you're in the public eye, you should always have a face for somebody's question, right? Like you should always be able to be you're a politician. You speak for a living. Hell, you lie for a living. You should be able to handle almost any situation that doesn't catch you off guard. And the fact that some of these people just outwardly avoid it is just asinine to me. So,
by the way, guys, I just got this in here. We were talking about the Georgia early voting.
Yes.
In Georgia. They broke down the demographics.
80-20 Democrat?
180,000 votes cast were females.
180,000 out of 300,000?
Yeah.
That's
188,000 white,
62%,
99,000 black. So
okay, can we go? Let's just go through these a little bit slower.
By race.
Okay.
White, the amount of votes early voting, 188,328.
Michelle Obama is there, by the way, today.
Black, 98,443.
Okay.
Hispanic, 6,644. Asian, 5,968. Other, 29. I don't know what other.
Okay.
29,000.
So white, 188,000. Black, 98,000. And what was the gender?
So gender, female, 178,000.
Yep.
Male, 148,000. Unknown, 1,200.
Okay.
So a lot of females coming out.
All right.
Saying.
So 2-1 white to black and a 30,000 advantage.
We don't know any of their any of the information. We don't know which way they voted. I'm just telling you by race and by gender.
You said this is Georgia, right?
Georgia voters as of yesterday.
And about 328,000. So it's a record. But what's significant about the record is that it's double the number. So it's
double 2020.
Yeah.
That would make sense, right? Early voting, because in 2020, some of these dopes were in their house scared to death of COVID.
No, 2020 was
record.
Was record, and it was peak COVID when everybody was scared S-less and didn't want to leave their house.
But there's a difference between mail-in ballots while you're in your house for COVID and early voting in person. These are you can vote early in person in Georgia, so that would make sense to me why that's up, because there's nothing to be afraid of.
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But still,
if I'm interpreting that correctly, so these numbers are early in person plus mail-in ballots.
I believe this is just Georgia voters as of yesterday.
Okay. All right. Yep. Well, there's nothing to be scared of with COVID. So there you go. All right. 9:25. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Teach me something new, man. I need to learn.
Well, you got something to write with? Good. It's time to work on your interviews.
My interviews? What do I got to do? You're going to have to learn your cliches. You're going to have to study them. You're going to have to know them. They're your friends. Write this down. We got to play them one day at a time. Got to play. It's pretty boring. Of course it's boring. That's the point. Write it down. All right. I'm just happy to be here.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra's The Story of Philadelphia Sports Through Music on Saturday, October 26th at the Cherokee Performing Arts Center in Marlton, New Jersey. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Caller 12 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner. What's on the cut sheet part 2, your voicemails, and a whole lot more. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
The following is a paid commercial message.
It's happening here in Pennsylvania. Sanctuary cities are releasing violent illegal immigrants onto our streets with the help of Bob Casey. Casey voted repeatedly to fund these dangerous sanctuary cities. Casey's policy let more illegals, more criminals loose in our neighborhoods, making our families less safe. Worse, instead of deporting criminal illegals, Casey voted to give them amnesty. Casey's amnesty would give illegal immigrants your Social Security and Medicare. That's right, Casey would give your benefits to illegals, but he'd also make you pay more. Casey voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. Seniors can't afford higher taxes? Bob Casey, taxing you to pay illegals. It's just another Casey con job. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, Alexa, play 1210 WPHT. And don't get it wrong. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet part 2 coming up. Also, your voicemails today in music history. And, of course, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, top of the hour. Busy day in media. Trump, Harris Faulkner, 11 o'clock. Women's town hall only. No Mrs. Doubtfires, okay? All right? So if you've got male body parts, you're excluded. You get my drift. Kamala Harris with Brett Baird tonight at 6 o'clock. That'll be the theme of the Big Take tomorrow. 855-839-1210. Let's see if we have our winner. Oh, it's my guy Jesus in North Philadelphia. One guy that I used to work with in radio who's now doing morning radio down the hall once had a caller named Jesus, and it's spelled J-E-S-U-S, and he went to the phones one day and he said, "Is this Jesus?" And it was wrong. It was Jesus. And Jesus is with us, although it could be a different Jesus. What's up, buddy? What movie did we play for you?
Hola, mi gente. Yep, it's me. Yeah, I never heard that joke before. The movie is Bull Durham.
That is correct, sir. Yes, congratulations, Jesus. You've got the Joe Conklin tickets.
Thank you. And in all honesty, I never saw the movie.
Oh, really? Well, how'd you get the answer? Did you look it up?
I just DuckDuckGo the quotes, and I was like, oh, cool. All right, let's see. And, I just winged it.
Yeah. Well,
just wing it.
You used the smart search engine, by the way. You didn't go to Google. You went to DuckDuckGo. Good work, Jesus.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
There he is. Look at that. Look at that. That's a promo. Send that down to the sales meeting next Tuesday. Send that down to the sales meeting.
I'm hard at work every day.
Send that down to sales.
I'm hard at work every day.
Now, he cheated, but he at least used somebody that's fond of us. DuckDuckGo did. By the way,
90% of my day is spent with these salespeople.
By the way, look, I've got my DuckDuckGo free T-shirt on.
Oh God,
I'm the biggest radio slob T-shirt guy of all time.
I noticed.
You give me anything a radio station gives me for free, like apparel wise, that looks remotely good, I'll wear it.
Don, we need to get him some more clothes.
Yeah, can I get like a tailor deal? I need to go like suit shopping.
Yeah,
okay. Good, great look for this program.
All right, can we do this?
Yeah, we could do it. Let's get to it.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2 sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house, located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. Retreat from the noise and hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. That's malvernretreat.com. I'm going to need one of these Malvern retreats after this election because
so will Tony Bruno.
I need some sort of cleansing of all this crap crap
Well, I tell
that I
you
have to
what,
sift through every day.
That Thanksgiving break of 5-6 days will be nice, but
Ugh.
boy, when we get to like the third week of December and we all take like our 12-day holiday sabbatical, well, that is going to be like a deep cleanse, isn't it?
Hey, Dawn, I still need yours. But
I know.
Things. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Sunday I asked for it by the end of the day, and here we are Wednesday. But no problem.
I'll get it to you today.
Come on, Dawn.
I promise.
Pay attention.
I am.
Okay. All right.
I'm just looking at the school schedules. I need off for the Mummers Parade.
I know.
Posting
We know.
that.
We know.
Gotta figure it out.
By the way, new family tradition in our household. It's not just the Rose Bowl anymore on New Year's Day. We watch Dawn and Larry Bear in the morning.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes,
All day
welcome.
we're on.
Just in the morning though, because he has to watch Easton Peeberg.
Yes, yeah. I put my Thanksgiving game on, then I watch the Rose Bowl. But I give you guys some time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Doug Emhoff. I just like this clip because I think it's funny.
Doug Emhoff also will be a guest on the Mummers Parade broadcast this year.
Where was he when he found out that Biden stepped down?
Let's take a guess here. In a gym doing cardio.
He was at his spin class.
Was he really?
Cut 15, Phil.
He was at a spin class?
Cut 15, Phil, go.
You said that communication is key, but she couldn't communicate with you immediately to tell you that Joe Biden had stepped down, correct? You were busy in spin class, right?
That was right. So it was, I was in LA. It was during that weekend when all the planes were down because of the software glitch. So I had to spend an extra day in LA. I decided to go to a cycling class with some friends, and it was an hour class, and we were just chit-chatting. I had my phone in the Secret Service car, so I didn't have my phone. And then my friend's partner just showed me his phone with the letter from President Biden, and I'm like, gotta go, and just ran into the car, and there was my phone, literally, like, you could feel the steam, 7 or 8 messages, all with, where are you, call Kamala, and it was a 1 minute or less conversation, which started with, where the F were you? I need you right now, and basically get to work. And I did.
You run out sweaty? Are you wearing the tight biking shorts? Do you have those clackety-clack spikes on, the whole thing? Or
What the hell kind of podcast
I try not to do the tight biking shorts, so I just do like the long old school, Nike basketball shorts.
I'm not making it
which
up.
probably aren't great for spin class. But I was drenched in sweat. I took the clackety-clack shoes off, and the car wasn't exactly on the curb, so it was still a couple of 100 yards of old guy half running, trying to get to that car to jump on the phone and get in the mix.
What was this? That's Dan Lebitard, the old ESPN sports guy. What's this called?
It says he made a surprise visit on on an organizing call for gay and queer black men.
Oh, no, that's not this.
That's not this?
That's not this.
Oh, I thought this was it.
No,
this
that looks like some DraftKings podcast. If you look at the logo there.
I'm more curious about...
the bigger issue, Greg, is this was a Soul Cycle class that you're telling me, or a whatever class that you go to, and you don't bring your cell phone. That's weird.
Yeah, because I'm picturing old Dougie boy after he's done slapping around some broad.
Oh boy, broad.
Getting on an elliptical or a spin thing with those little stupid spin shoes and his bike shorts, and he's got his earbuds in, and he's listening to Bananarama on his Spotify account, and he's sweating it out. Which, by the way, is always an odd look when I see dudes in spin, but I won't judge.
Well, that's my question. He's in a spin class.
Yeah, he does spin and he abuses women. He's folks. This
allegedly, we don't know that.
Yeah, allegedly knocking them up with impregnating the nanny. This is masculinity redefined, folks. Everything you've been told about men is wrong.
He is saying, and maybe he's done this more than a couple of times, but it says he surprised thousands of like gay and lesbians who were surprised to hear him tell the story. That in fact he happened to be in Los Angeles with a gay couple, friends of his.
Yep.
After taking this 1 hour Soul Cycle class with them, the gay couple, that they all did this class together, but he just didn't have his cell phone.
Ugh.
And by the way, Kamala Harris says, "Where the F were you?"
I was just gonna say. Do you think she rages as hard as AOC does, like in the hostage video? with her boyfriend. Read the script. You're on TikTok Live.
And Dougie said, yes, ma'am. Yes, we will.
Yes, ma'am. I can't screw this one up again. You might be the president. I'd look like a real dummy if I screwed this up.
Wow.
Dougie.
But this was, this right here was Black, Gay, and Queer Men for Harris. That was part of the messaging here. That's this.
That's why he was in the spin class.
With the gay couple.
And
with the gay guys. Yeah.
Well, Doug said, he's like, Joe, I was raised in the gay community. I was raised in the Portuguese community. I was raised in the Catholic Church. Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Look, I'm not, anybody can do whatever they want to, but like.
Well, the point is, these Democrats, they'll claim to be a part of anything if it means to get their vote.
I don't know. Dude's doing spin. I don't know.
Cardio's overrated.
No, I just think, to me, the only thing I'm going to say about the whole thing, I don't care if he was with some friends of his or whatever, but he said, I was at this class with my friends, but I forgot my phone. I don't know. I think that's a little
odd.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you go into some of these it's like boot camp, right? They don't let you do anything. You're in there for 30 minutes or whatever, 45 minutes, and you're doing that workout, whatever it is. You can't have any distractions.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's for a lot of those. My wife used to do. I don't think they still do it. I don't know if it's really a thing anymore, but it was a trend for a while. Zumba.
Yeah.
Zumba.
Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. But it was a trend. You're right.
Yeah, and it's like you can't tap out, and it's the same thing. One day I tried. What's the stuff where you stretch all the time?
Yoga.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that'll kick your butt.
Oh, dude, I did yoga with my wife. I know it's not very manly, but I did it, and
that's tough.
It was great. It was great stretching.
Yeah.
I used to be able to touch my toes. Now I can't.
I can't reach my kneecap.
Dude, I am so inflexible with that. Inflexible. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
Dawn, can you touch your toes?
Of course.
Dawn, do you do yoga? Do you do any of this type of stuff? Do you do spin?
No.
No? Because you're in great shape. Do you do any cardio?
Thank you. Oh.
I do.
Are you a gym person?
No, thank you. Well,
you don't have any time to do it, do you?
Yeah, we go. We go to Planet Fitness.
Oh, okay. All right.
We also.
You don't have a gym in the.
Well, Dawn doesn't eat.
We do have a gym.
I've never seen Dawn eat anything.
In the Menti Mansion.
We do have a home gym.
Yeah, you can.
Dawn just
say
drinks coffee.
I have a gym in my house too. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, you don't like to leave your home.
Yeah, exactly.
But to me, wherever I go, I have my phone. If I'm at the gym, I have my phone.
That's a you problem, though.
I will say this. There are times where I intentionally leave my phone at home.
No.
Really?
Yeah. I go out a lot of times without my phone.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
What if you got in a car accident?
Oh, what did we do in 1990 if we got in a car accident?
Not 1990.
Well, see, this is the calculus men have to weigh. Do we take the phone in case we get into an accident, or do we purposely leave it so our wife can't bother us?
Oh. So now you're okay. So that's how men think. Now let's just backpedal to the Doug Emhoff story. I'm sorry, in L.A. because it's not close to his house.
Oh, is that where this occurred at?
Yeah,
this
story?
was
in he's in L.A.
That's right, big L.A. law firm.
And he goes to West Hollywood.
Right.
And the whole time doesn't have his phone. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Out of all the things in that clip, that is not the odd thing. People go out without their phones all the time. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's actually healthy to do. You should. More people should do things without having their phone on them all the time.
I concur.
Screw the phone. Yeah. Unless you're listening to the Odyssey app or watching us on YouTube.
Right. Shameless plug.
All right. We have to break.
There you go. All right. We'll come back. Voicemails today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. It's all still ahead. Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. 800-290-7100.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with Crash-Proof Retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It took me 16 years to find you, 1 second to love you, 7 years to hold you, 1 minute to lose you. Oh God, where did I go wrong?
9:51, it is Kayal and Company, a very interesting day in music. And that's before we even get to Phil Almquist, because today, our boy, the Road Warrior, has been handling a majority, if not all of the music, I think, courtesy of his donation to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So great work out of him. And Stalker playing a lot of his music.
Yeah, let me give him a full plug because he deserves it, because they do a good job of always supporting any charity that we do, especially the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's the Independent Bike Shop in Manahawkin, New Jersey, where your bike matters. The Independent Bike Shop in Manahawkin, New Jersey, where your bike matters. Go there for all of your bike needs. He does great work. He's a good guy. I've never met his wife. I'm sure she's lovely too, but they're good people, and you should, if you're in that area, you should definitely use their services. Independent Bike Shop.
There you go. We'll find out. Go ahead.
Before we get to Phil, can I just play what we started the show with this morning? Thank you, courtesy of Newman Price.
Oh, of course.
Turn the radio on. 1210 is waiting for you. With Nick and Don and Greg, Kayal and Company too. You know they have the big take, the cut sheet and the news. They have the big 3 at 9 and cut sheet part 2. You know that this day in music, just can't refuse it, you see. Kayal and Company too.
How great is that, folks? How great is that? Makes you just want to pour a glass of whole milk and put on Channel 13 and watch your favorite programs, right?
I'm just thankful that Newman actually included me in that whole thing.
How about that?
That's pretty good.
And speaking of including Phil, let's get to Today in Music History, shall we?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, October 16th, we celebrate the birthdays of John Mayer, who's 47, Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, who's 62, and Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead, who's now 77. Singles include Crazy by Patsy Cline in 61, Down Under by Men at Work in 81, My Sacrifice by Creed in 2001, We Belong by Pat Benatar in 84, and Blurry by Puddle of Mud, also in 2001. Albums include Electric Ladyland by Jimi Hendrix in 68, It's Only Rock and Roll by the Stones in 74, Recycler by ZZ Top in 90, Fallen by Stryper in 2015, and in 1986, Fastway released their 4th album, the soundtrack to the heavy metal horror movie Trick or Treat. Also in 68, Jay and the Americans record This Magic Moment. In 72, CCR calls it quits. In 58, Muddy Waters makes his live debut. And in 91, the Red Hot Chili Peppers kick off their Blood, Sugar, Sex Magic tour in Wisconsin with the Smashing Pumpkins and Pearl Jam as the opening acts. Also on this day in 69, Black Sabbath records their self-titled debut in a single day. It's released 4 months later. But lastly, some of you actually may recall I used to have a late night show on WRDV in Hatboro. Well, tonight I'm actually back on from 6 to 9 p.m.
Woo!
as I filled in for my friend Chris and his primetime 70s and 80s show. I'll put more information on my Twitter, but the basics are 893 in Hatboro, 1073 in Philly, and the website to stream is wrdv.org. And the Today Music History is sponsored by Business McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access in their facilities. Featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lobquist.
And remember, Phil starts tonight at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
And
Very
Dawn
nice.
Stensland starts in 5 minutes. Dawn,
Yes.
what do we have lined up top of the hour?
I appreciate our great listeners and some of them with Trump Force 47. So we do have with some new numbers as far as registration. So we want to update some of the numbers going on in our region. And I'll update you. There's also a horrifying story of a local law enforcement, a detective. The door kicked in, the detective murdered. And so they have a suspect in custody that they caught in the hospital, but not, a person of interest. So this is a crazy story we're following as law enforcement obviously just wants to know what was going on here with this highly respected detective being murdered in that detective's home. So I'm following that local story. Michael Watley with the RNC GOP, he's gonna check in at 10:15. And so we'll get some of the latest on Georgia, North Carolina, all of that. And then, of course, Trump with Harris Faulkner. You won't miss a thing. So we'll dip into it and we'll take the big parts and then we'll mix in with everything else that's going on. So you're not going to miss a thing. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to choose between.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So we'll have all of it.
All right.
There's a lot
good.
breaking right now.
Yes, indeed. We will be all over it tomorrow. Big take on Trump with Harris as well as Harris with Brett. Did I get you confused? We've got multiple Harrises, Harris Faulkner and Kamala Harris. We got to go. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.